today's coverage of the Bowls New Zealand, well, the Bowls New Zealand coverage, isn't it? The Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Summerset National Singles and Pairs, and you join us today to watch the quarterfinal of the Open Disability Pairs. We are undercover at Bowls Orewa, hopefully for the last time. With a bit of luck, the weather will hold out for tomorrow and we'll be back at Browns Bay. I'm Alex Reid. I'm going to be joined shortly by Kevin Hickland. But in the meantime, today we are watching Carolyn Crawford and Kevin Asplin take on the winner of the Open Disability Singles, Darren Wolland, and Terry Blackbourn in this quarterfinal. And you can see there the score 4-1 to Wolland and Blackbourn on the fourth end of 18. There is no time limit for this game, so they can take as long as they like. As we see Terry Blackbourn there on her backhand. It's a lovely facility here at Bowls Orewa. And Terry there with her first bowl. Good line and a good place to start. Crawford and Asplin, of course, holders of Open New Zealand titles. Asplin having won a couple of New Zealand fours with Sid Giddy in the 90s, and Carolyn Crawford, a winner of the New Zealand Pairs with Anne Muir 4 or 5 years ago. She plays her forehand side, and Darren Wolland won the Open Disability Singles and the Para Bowls New Zealand Singles this year. The Open Disability Singles broadcast live on Sky Sport. And a good shot here from Carolyn. Terry on her backhand again. So these two pairs, it's sort of a story of new to the game and experienced. Wolland and Blackbourn, a new pairs combination. They've never played together before this event, and Asplin and Crawford have been around the Parabowl scene for some time and have played in pairs teams periodically. Carolyn switching to the backhand now with the second bowl, as the forehand side was a little blocked up as we watch this bowl come into the head from our left. That's a great camera angle there. As we see the bowl swoop down. Lovely carpet at Orewa. It runs probably 16 or 17 seconds. It's quite quick, quite fast, so it'll suit all of these players. Terry with a little grimace at the release of that bolt. I don't know what it means. We'll wait and see. On the backhand side. Oh, that's gone well. And we see Carolyn follow Terry down on the backhand. One down on the head at the moment. Still anyone's game, really. It's early on in this match on the fifth end. You can see the score there, 5-1. So all the players will still be sort of finding their line and length, and we'll see them tighten up as the game progresses. Carolyn on the backhand, steering this one down, willing it to pull up. She's done so. That's a lovely bowl there from Carolyn Crawford. Won the B5 to B8 pairs last year at the Summerset Nationals. A couple of good scalps on the way, so no stranger to success. Darren and Terry there just talking about what hand they want him to play here. It looks like he's one down to the bowl at 7 o'clock. So he's indicating, I think, his forehand side, or his backhand side, sorry, which is to our right as we see it. Just a conversation going on there as Darren gets ready to play his bowl on his backhand. Nice big swoop, so he'll be looking to turn that bowl at 7 o'clock into the jack and just try and rest onto it. He's played good green, which is what Terry's just said, good line, but the weight not quite there. And Kevin Asplin, a very experienced bowler, is going to add to the count here on his backhand side, holding one already. Carolyn giving this one a look. Not far away from Kevin Asplin here. Great shot. Lovely bowl in for second. And sort of, it'll be tempting. Yeah, backhand is indicated. It's not a very pretty head for Wolland and Blackbourn, with two well-positioned bowls from Asplin and Crawford at 12 o'clock and 7 o'clock respectively. Wolland with perfect weight here though. Meanwhile, Kevin Asplin just looking to continue to stack the head up, add a third shot. Here we go again. On a reasonable track here, Kevin Asplin's picked up a bit of chalk on the way down the rink. Or a bit of something on the bowl, maybe a confident pre-chalker. And in for third shot there, that's lovely bowls. And maybe tempting to have a nibble here. Darren Wolland on his backhand, he's got a 5-bowl target. Sticking to the draw though, he had perfect weight last time, so it's fair enough. Just needs to clear those front bowls, and he's given himself every chance in the world here. Terry giving it a look as we watch this bowl. If it has a clean run, it's close to the shot. Not to be there. And an opportunity now for Kevin Asplin to make it 3.5. Remember, Asplin and Crawford trail 1-5 in this match. Holding a number here. It looks like 3 at this camera angle, but it may not be. And Kevin on his backhand looking to put another bowl on. Look how tight that head is. You've got 6 or 7 bowls within a few feet of the jack. And Terry conceding 1 at least. So just a conversation there. Between the players. And Carolyn asking why Kevin Asplin's at the head. I think he's just there to satisfy his own curiosity. He wants to know how many points he's got. Maybe he just wanted to go for a walk up and down the green, who knows? But the umpire called nonetheless. 1 conceded at the moment by the Blackbourn and Wolland side. Yeah, so they're just going to measure the speckled bowl against the 2 black bowls. Fine job these umpires do. And chalk. I haven't had a coffee yet this morning, folks. That's okay. See the umpire there chalking the bowl. So we go the speckled bowl first, and then the 2 black ones. The speckled bowl sitting flat. Just taking a time. And now going around that side. Interesting to see here. So that bowl not in, so now you measure the other one. Looking like it may only be a 2 here. Well, who knows? Back to the beginning. Must be very tight all the way around. One. Cool, we got there. 2 there in the end. To Asplin and Crawford. Trail 2-5 now in this match. Sorry, 3-5. I can't count. The umpire and Terry just talking about how close that was a measure all round, which is true. That's why we have umpires to make those decisions for us. And Carolyn Crawford here. Let's see where she rolls the jack. It's got the mat almost right back on the 2 metre mark. And the jack being delivered to the 2 metre mark. So a full length head here if it stops. Not going to. We've seen this again. Yesterday we saw a few jacks overthrown into the ditch. It seems easier to do at this Bowls Orewa facility. So Terry with the opportunity to deliver the jack, and she may opt to move the mat. Ordinarily, you don't really, and she's done that, pulled it halfway up. You don't really want to deliver the jack from the same place your opposition just has, because you're trying to say to them, I've got control now. And Terry delivering the jack to essentially the full length, but has moved the mat up. So we've got a shorter end than what was going to be played. Also, of note that on this rink we've seen 2 good hands, but probably a general favour to the side away from the clubhouse, the side that Carolyn's playing now. Seems to be slightly more consistent. That's a nice line, and it'll come all the way back there on the screen. It's a lovely speed when you're playing on it. It feels like it's just over fingertip weight. Terry on the backhand. Willing it to turn back in with this bowl. It's an okay first one. And it's set down. And Carolyn taking her time, very experienced bowler. Indoor and outdoor success. Her brother played for the New Zealand indoor team, Ray Webster. As we watch this bowl make its way back. Good shot, great shot there from Carolyn Crawford. Darren saying stay on the same hand because there's room to draw. On the backhand she stays as we watch this bowl. More a weight issue there than the green. It was a beautiful line. It just ran on a little bit too far. We've got some other quarterfinals going on here at Bowls Orewa for the Open Disability Pairs. Sue Curran and Gerald Browse taking on Steve Delaney and Jonathan Radke. Warwick Flintoff and Linda Bennett taking on Kieran Wheeler and Glenn Hanneman. And Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield taking on Kurt Smith and Phil Hulia. I can report that Skellern is leading 8-4 after 6 ends in that semi-final or quarter-final, sorry. Wheeler leading 6-5 after 6 ends, and Delaney 4-1 up after 4 ends. So close games all around as we look at the score on this match, 5-3 on the 6th end of 18 that they will play. Terry here, last bowl correction. She's not far away from the shot. Willing it down. Got it square. Need someone to jump up and down, make it sit. I think perhaps just second shot there, but a good correction with her third. Oh, it's hard to tell. Two different eras of Dreamline there as well. By the looks that Terry's playing with the Dreamline XG, the speckled whatever colour bowl that is at 1 o'clock, and Caroline playing with the black Dreamline. Which should mean in theory that Terry's bowls take a slightly tighter line than Caroline's. And Terry, be happy enough. It's been a good battle there with the leads, Crawford and Blackbourn. Kevin Asplin on his forehand side. Very, very experienced bowler. Playing on his forehand side. And Caroline giving this one a look. How far is it going to go? She thinks to herself. Beautiful green. Darren asking for a bit of guidance here from Terry. Terry, of course, played a lot of bowls, but mostly indoor. A new challenge for her coming to the outdoor game. And Darren on the forehand. Seen a lot of this man on the live streaming rinks. Kevin looking to make a correction on his forehand side. On the forehand again. Darren Wolland. Winning it back, he's had perfect weight twice. How much is it going to swing? Oh, not far away there. Kevin Asplin on the forehand side, asking for a foot less weight. Let's look at this bowl. He's on the tight side, I think. I'm not sure if it's going to hold up long enough here from Kevin Asplin. It's trying. Not to be. It's clogged up that backhand side as we see it. Darren's going to go jack in the ditch here. If he cannons the shot bowl out, they've got second and third. Comes some aggression here from Darren Wolland. On his backhand side. With weight. Now praying for a good result here. Oh, the reverse. He's shuffled over that black bowl. Certainly one black.
Be very proud of your daughter. She's going well.
Caroline just sharing a joke there with Terry.
I could see you working off that shitty bowl.
Crawford just delivering the jack. a near full length head here. I wonder if that's a conversation that's been had between Asplin and Crawford, that's where they want to be rolling the jack to.
Oh, she's hot now, isn't it? The pressure you're putting on me, mate.
It's got a microphone through to the players. Here's some of their conversations. And Crawford here on the backhand side. Interesting, she's opted to play backhand almost around the clock, not favouring one side of the rink. Look at this here from Crawford. That's beautiful bowling. Got a toucher. And a number of Open Dunedin titles. As we see Terry on her backhand. Good bowl. So, been a close game so far, and looks like it's going to continue to be 5-4.
Very good to there again, mate.
And Carolyn Crawford playing some good bowls, settling down. Terry with a good first one. She'll still feel like she can play her backhand here. Her forehand. Don't mind me. See her, just take her time. Willing the bowl to turn back in. Not far away here from Terry Blackbourn. A clean run. That's good leading. Very good leading.
Thank you.
As we see Carolyn looking to make it 3 out of 3. It's 2 good bowls. Wouldn't really mind if she was past here, so she'll be erring on the heavy side if she can, clearing that front one like so. That's pretty good stuff there. Lovely pairs leading. And Terry's got those 2, you just about call them catches at the back of the head, so we'll play on her forehand side again, keeping that same weight. Just try and take the line in a smidge. And on its way on the forehand. She's got the right weight. It's not far off here. Terry Blackbourn. Good bowl. Good bowl there from Terry. And joined now in commentary by Mr. Kevin Hickman. Good morning, Kevin.
Yes, good morning. So yes, nice to be here. Apologies for the lateness, as I'll call it. But
it'll be worth the wait. It's entirely my fault. Just get that out there immediately. But what I have managed to get us, Kevin, is some water as a sorry.
Yes, that's very good, and what a pleasure to be able to do commentary on Terry Blackbourn's match. I was privileged when Terry first joined Onehunga Bowling Club a number of years ago, this youngster, and played there for a couple of years. And yeah, great to see her, not knowing that she had now qualified to play in this environment, and fantastic to see her. And of course, we know all about her indoor prowess, and so yeah, wonderful to see. Kevin Asplin, of course, as well here. Of course, winning a couple of national fours titles with Sid Giddy in days gone by, with the likes of Morisiki and others, and was always a very integral part of the Bay of Plenty side in years gone by, and has had challenges in his lifetime, but a real good guy, and great to see him, back out on the greens.
Absolutely, and it's been a close game in the time that you've not been here, Kev. It's sort of nip and tuck all the way through, and we can see now we're on the 7th end, 5-4 to Wolland and Blackbourn, so it's anyone's game.
Well, Kevin Asplin, of course, as well. I have to check. Yeah, he won back-to-back New Zealand fours, playing with Sid Giddy and Mike Martinovich, and it may have been Morisiki. I'm not 100%. I'm going to. It might have been Morisiki, and yeah, they won back-to-back nationals.
Not to be sniffed at, and of course, Carolyn Crawford, an Open national title holder in her own right.
Absolutely, I was in Dunedin. In fact, the year that Anne Muir and Carolyn Crawford won the national peers, it was the first year. Tamara and I did the first year of the live streaming out of Dunedin, and of course they were the, let's say, unexpected winners, and got a pretty good scalp actually to win the final of that peers at Tyree.
Just under the line here, Darren. He'll be disappointed with that bowl. Sort of finding his line with one and link with the other.
Now, was I mistaken coming over here, Alex, that I saw sunshine?
I wouldn't. Well, there is sunshine, but I'm reticent to say anything about it in case it goes away.
Wow. I heard them on the radio coming over in the car talking about the tennis, and they said, "Oh, we're still not free of rain for the day."
No, we're in danger. We're in danger of what could almost be called nice weather here in Auckland, which is pleasing considering we've all been here for some time trying to get the nationals to work, Kev.
Yeah, well, it must have been a big job last night because there had been some late finishes, I imagine, with some of the greens around Auckland. North Harbour got bowled here from Asplin. No, that was the
Wolland. And his last bowl as well. So that's beautiful timing there from Wolland, making the most of his last bowl, picking up a 2.
Well, the old last bowl magic.
I see Terry. So she's sort of, as you alluded to, Kev, played a little bit of outdoor, sort of just out of school. She was a contemporary of Selena Goddard.
Correct, absolutely.
They came through together, and then sort of life happens. So she's focused on indoor and family for the last, how old are we? I don't know, 7 or 8 or 9 years or something.
And of course, been a member of the New Zealand indoor side for a number of years now, hasn't she?
Yep.
And, yes, I remember Terry as well. We used to have the. She was one of the first crops of, because at one stage the Kitty Hawks, the under 21, the Kitty Hawks Easter tournament, was just young fellas, all right, and then it extended, and Terry was in that sort of, not saying the first intake, but was certainly in the early intake of when the girls came in, and we have seen from there the likes of Terry, Mandy Boyd, Angela Boyd, Taylor Bruce, Selena Goddard. And they've all been through that Kitty Hawk process, and Terry was in that early stages of that. Yeah,
so taking on a new challenge now in the Parabowls world, and it's been quite cool. She caught up with Selena after her win, sort of reconnecting with that generation, and hopefully she sticks with it and finds some success.
And Terry lives in Hamilton now, is that right?
Hamilton, that's right, yes, yeah. Her and her husband, both New Zealand players for indoor bowls. It's not a bad family dynasty.
No, it's not.
Part of the successful team at Ballarat this year in the Trans-Tasman.
Which you went over for?
I went over and watched and shouted and did some talking behind a microphone on occasion. It's a great clash between Australia and New Zealand and indoor bowls over there.
So are we, Alex, for the women's pairs and men's singles now, are we natural surface around the greens in North Harbour and Auckland?
Yes, they've gone to naturals, and they have artificials assigned to them if they need to
move.
They've
got backups there, haven't they?
But the vast majority is naturals. I think for the first round, maybe at Manly there might be an artificial in use, because we had over a round of, we have to play some of a round of 250, whatever it is. Which was more than what we had.
Well, there was more
predicted.
qualifiers than expected, wasn't there?
Yeah, and that's because we had some defaults running through the draw in the end.
Oh, really?
So it causes your percentage of qualifiers to increase, is what happened there.
So you had some back-end defaults.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So very grateful again to the clubs for being so accommodating at this Nationals and making it such an enjoyable event, or as enjoyable as it can be. And Carolyn Crawford on the back end here. Been a very good battle between these two leads.
Oh, very good player, of course, Carolyn. She's been in the Dunedin scene, for a long, long time, and done a lot of work for the sport in Dunedin, at the stadium and other facets as well, and great friends. Well, won a national peers title with her good friend Anne Muir.
A lovely lady. Always happy to have a conversation.
Oh, she's a nice lady.
Quite funny as well. She told off Kevin. Kevin walked up to the head after all the bowls were finished a few ends ago just to have a look. And she said, "What are you doing here?" And again, the weight perfect there from Terry, just underneath the line.
So we're at the quarterfinal stage here, correct?
That's right, yes, quarterfinal. We'll broadcast the quarterfinal and the semi-final today so that they have a final to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that will, all things going well, if we cross our fingers and hold our tongue the right way, that will be played at the Browns Bay Bowling Club tomorrow.
I'm saying you will be.
Good. I'll tell the weather gods that.
Yeah, no, I'm fairly...
It should be. It should happen. It'll be a lovely way to finish the Nationals.
The weather map looking at Alex looked the best that it's looked for a number of days, and I'm sure the people at Stanley Street, I noticed was a hive of activity. I drove past there this morning. Kevin Smith there, one of the, I'd call him, he's a legend now really in the work that he does, doesn't he, for our para bowls, etc. And he's and the blind players. He's certainly
absolutely.
And he was, well, I don't know about now, but was a good player in his own right, and was in fact one of the instigators, Steve Beale as well, of what used to be when he was a male nurse down in the deep south of the Leith Piers, which was one of the first invitation events when they first started up. And Kevin had a lot to do with the Leith Piers.
Very good, another great worker for the sport. And we see here Darren Wolland in the bonus. This is the first end where Kevin Asplin has crossed over under a reasonable amount of pressure. He's 3 or 4 down here, and there is room. Sort of more pressure than what he's been under for the last few ends.
So here is Asplin on the back end. Looks to have got it on that wide side, and I presume it's the same rink as we commentated on yesterday.
Same rink, yeah.
And so we know pretty much where that line is.
Yep. And it is a lovely speed. I had a quick roll up yesterday, Kev, with one of our co-workers, Brendan, at the completion of play, just to sort of see if I could put into practice hours of watching. I didn't put it into practice, but I did discover it's quite a quick green. It is quite nice.
It is 16 around that mark.
Your high 16 sort of thing. So it's good. Just asking. Oh, cool. They're both happy. They were just querying whether Kevin Asplin's last bowl was still alive. Let me see. Darren Wolland on the forehand, looking to just add another bowl to the count.
And he plays out of the Waikiwi Club, is that correct?
Waka. It's not Waikiwi, it's W-A-K, Wakari.
Oh, Wakari, yes, that's right, yeah.
I kept on calling it Waikiwi
no, absolutely.
Wakari.
Waikiri, absolutely correct.
I can't say the name.
No.
Apologies to everyone from, he called them the Waka, so apologies to everyone from there. I'm not trying to get your name wrong.
So I heard Terry Anderson through the microphones, and they're saying this is better, but it hasn't got the weight to get all the way down. It's a good attempt from Kevin Asplin. We'll see it. Caroline Crawford applauding it as well. So you'd have heard you'd have heard the call. There's an opportunity with playing down just a wee bit tighter, some jack movement, which would favour the Wolland Blackbourn. Go and have a look.
Yeah, fair enough. I like that. There's plenty of time.
Now, how did they just make their own pairs combinations up, Alex?
Yes, they did.
Being completely ignorant about it, but so they made their own pairs combinations up. Now I can see what Terry Blackbourn is saying there. Leading 7-4.
Yeah. On the backhand here. Forehand. Oh, I need my coffee.
Trying to get to around
He's close.
the front to get to the jack, to get some movement of the jack. And this is a valiant attempt. My goodness, it is. It's a difficult shot to play.
Sharing a smile there. Keith Setter in the background, back right. He will know Terry. He's staying at my house for a couple of nights. Kevin catching up with some bowlers. 3-time New Zealand champion in indoor bowls.
All right.
So one of the... he doesn't like the sun, he says, so he doesn't play outdoor. So I suppose if you didn't like the sun, it would be a good reason to not play the sport.
It would be interesting. And there's, of course...
Jenny Stockford.
Jenny.
Mother of Terry.
She'll be very proud to see her girl out there on the green again.
And one it was to Kevin Asplin. A great last bowl of Kevin's.
Certainly was. Got to the round, got to that shot bowl.
Is it 18 so far?
It would be interesting to have a count up, Alex, of the number of players that are playing here in the Nationals who have also won national indoor titles as well.
It would be.
Because it'd actually be a few, when you start getting around the Rayners, the Lawsons, etc.
There's a few. There's a big crossover in the sports. Of course, indoor played in the winter time, outdoor played predominantly in the summer. There's a few that have been successful in both codes.
Mind you say about the indoor thing, with the summer thing, we are now really moving away from that in a big regard. We're becoming, the sport is now, because of these services, is becoming an all year round.
Yeah, if you want to play,
if you
can.
Yeah.
I don't have the energy.
Well, you've got your very strong like of indoor bowls, and that's I go along with your thoughts. If I was still playing, no, I would have liked to be a 365-day player.
I think the game gets tired if you play 12 months a year, but great to have the facilities to do that for sure. I like that if you want to go and have a roll up in the winter time, you can.
Yeah, I'm toying with the idea now that I'm retired, that joining up at St Heliers and just playing in like a Wednesday tournament, something along those lines. But I'm certainly not once the dark clouds come and wind comes, I'm a perfect weather bowler.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. It's lovely.
They call it outdoor bowls for a reason, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And just quickly, so there's 3 other quarterfinals going on, Kev, so I'll just give viewers an update on them. Delaney leading 8-2 after 6. Wheeler is leading 8-5 after 6. And Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield, sort of, you'd almost call them pre-tournament favourites, the well-known players,
yes,
a strong pair, 14-5 up after 9 in their quarterfinal.
Yes, they would be, the obviously worthy favourites on performance, etc., both in the able body and of course in this league as well. So yeah, but look, you and I both know, Alex, favouritism is just a word.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've spoken about Carolyn Crawford's pairs win.
Absolutely.
And by no means was it totally unexpected, because Carolyn Crawford's won probably 20-something Bowls and Eden titles. Amures
Yes.
played for New Zealand, so it's a good pair. But if you looked at them and they played, was it Joe Edwards and Val
Joe
Smith?
and Val, though, correct.
Joe and Val were the favourites there, Kev, and they didn't win on that occasion.
No, they did
so
not.
It's one of the beautiful things about this game. See the score there. Thank you, whoever did that. What's it? 8-2 to Delaney against Sue Curran.
That's Delaney from Nelson.
Yes, very good bowler. I think he's won a couple of the...
Actually played for Nelson as well.
Yes.
Last year.
Yes. That's right.
in one of their rep matches throughout the year. Good ball here coming in from Caroline Crawford. Just
Will we see a switch of hand here, Kev? To the forehand. Terry will be tempted. It's the instinctive thing, isn't it? When you see that open hand and a couple of bowls at the back, you go on.
I had it last night. I had with Marlene and had a look for it. Not all of the game, but a good part of the game of the Taylor Bruce game yesterday against Sharon Sims. And good bowl coming
Close
here
from
from
Terry.
Touch on the
Blackbourn.
jack clean. Well played.
Not bad.
Well played. And it was interesting watching that game again, which we did yesterday. The consistency that Taylor Bruce was able to give to Claire Henry.
Oh, she was unbelievably good.
It was, if you talk about the triangle of effective bowls, it would have been around 14 out of 18 ends. That was, and it was a pleasure to watch it. And it's great to see, if you look at Terry's bowls here, any movement was always going to favour because they weren't more than that metre away, were they?
Absolutely. A great shot. And Jenny Stockford, the mother of Terry, sourced. See the seat she's sitting on?
Yes, I see that.
She found them the ditch seats, and Darren and Terry both were quite excited about the ditch seats, is my understanding, which is cool. It looks quite comfortable, to be fair.
Yes, it does.
Of course, one of the challenges for our para bowlers is managing themselves over what can be a long day and the stresses that gets put on your body. So it's about trying to minimise that as much as possible. In the open disability event, Kev, the wording is if you have a disability that impairs your ability to play bowls, you are eligible to participate in the open disability events. Our Summerset National Open Disability is a little bit different from the official one, per se.
Yeah.
It's just meant to encompass a lot of people and get that nice diverse range. As we see Kevin Asplin here, how did he find the gap?
He was on target there, wasn't he, to get some contact on something.
It's unbelievable sometimes, this game.
Because because I mean, looking at the Commonwealth Games results, with the Australian side, there's such a vast category of B1 and C1, and I'm not going to try and understand them all because I don't. But what it does make sure is that our disabled, as we'll call it for the sake of it's a horrible word, are able to participate in what I would call a everyday sporting event, and that's fantastic for them.
Oh, that's the idea. As the Para Bowls New Zealand have a very good nationals that they run for B5 to B8 players. So that's the various levels.
Yeah, we thought it got warm in here yesterday, Alex. I think this is going to...
I'm melting. That's okay. It'll be good for us. It's like a sauna.
So, 3 shots?
3 at the moment. Kevin Asplin here on the forehand side. Hasn't quite cut it down.
This comes a big end at this halfway point of the match, doesn't it, really? Well, he's out on that safe side, isn't he, on that drawer. Has he got enough, though? By goodness, there's a swoop there, isn't there?
There is. As we watch this hook away. Never really had the weight for it there, I don't think, Kev.
Weight, really, no.
And a massive bowl here from Kevin Asplin. He's probably 4 down at the looks and trailing 7-5, so he needs to make this one count as a second shot, really. Had beautiful green with his previous bowl.
Led for so many years. He was a legend off the front, and goodness, he's going to cut this count down. Is he a couple more?
He's close here.
He's to get a couple.
Oh, beautiful effort from Kevin. A classy bowler, but an opportunity now for Darren Wolland. You just think to yourself, miss wide. You don't want to be cutting across the centre line with this bowl. Add a bonus on the back end. And Darren Wolland. Watch this bowl. He's got optimism, so they will turn.
Well, he's on the wide
Careful.
side.
I shouldn't have
Doesn't
said
want to
this
get the
wide,
back of
Kev.
this. Needs to get inside it, not outside it.
That would have been stressful moments, but we'll see what damage he's done there. 3 says Carolyn. 3s.
Oh, that's a good. That's a nice number at this point of the game for the combination, isn't it?
Yeah, they find themselves in double figures now. 10 points to 5. Terry. Now, where's the jack going to get thrown? There's the question. Placing the mat a metre up from there, that 2. See where she delivers it. Watch this make its way. Yeah, there or thereabouts, sort of right on the 2 metre mark, so a longer end. And Darren just communicating that Terry, look, it's on the 2 metre mark, and Terry will lead off on her backhand side.
So Kevin Asplin won the New Zealand Peers.
Yes.
With the late Sid Giddy, of course, who was a New Zealand selector and latter years and played for New Zealand and for a number of years. And won the 4s in 1991 with Sid Giddy, Mike Martinovich, Doug Kent of Papakura, won the national Peers. Fascinating.
So something to be proud of for sure. I think I've played Kevin in a Bay of Plenty event or 2. I recognised him this morning from when I was down there in the distant past.
Yeah, initially played at Orewa. His mother has been an absolutely fantastic worker for the bowls in the Bay of Plenty, and was manager of the Bay of Plenty women's side for a number of years.
We see the sport, one of the key things about it is that it is very much a family game, isn't it, Kevin? And you get those generations of participants who get the enjoyment out of it, and the community and the satisfaction of an event well run, or a club that is finding success.
Well, the good thing is about the sport, Alex, is you get your solid army of supporters who keep coming back to play in events. They may not win it, but you've got a really solid platform of players who are always there. And I think the integration that we've got now of both facets of the sport, to me, just further opens up the opportunity. And we've seen this, for example, with Terry, who's, this sounds a bit unfair, but is a new sort of player, making the comeback, so to speak.
Yeah.
And is now able to participate at the level that she wishes to.
Yeah.
And enjoy it.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing, and it's giving those opportunities for everyone to play, really. It's a sport that everyone can play, and if we can offer chances for people to get enjoyment out of the sport, and she wasn't happy with that ball out of her hand,
Well,
Kev.
you could see it was on the narrow side, straight out of the hand.
The moment she let it go, it's trying to hold. Oh, as a player, you do that and you think, oh, I had good weight.
Yeah.
What a waste.
Well, yeah, it was a waste of good weight, isn't it? The story.
She'll expect herself to be pretty perfect.
Well, when you've played, no matter the sport, Alex, when you've played at the highest level, the competitive aspect of it never leaves.
Absolutely. Carolyn Crawford here, whose brother, Ray Webster, played for New Zealand as well, Kevin, in indoor.
Really?
Yeah, I could go on. He still plays out of Dunedin. He plays outdoor bowls. He's sort of a well-known member of the PBA branch down there, Ray Webster.
Yeah, well, it's PBA is very active in Dunedin. It's got Dunedin Southland, I should really, well, overall now, with Claire Hendry's doing a wonderful job as sort of secretary, or was that her role? I'm not sure, but she certainly is very active insofar as encouraging participation in the Wellington events.
And great events they are. It's I think at the moment we're watching the World Indoor Bowls Championships underway. And by indoor bowls we don't mean our indoor bowls, we mean indoor bowls undercover. as opposed to on the mats.
The
And
New Zealand combination went down on the piers just.
very close game. I was going to mention that. Yeah,
yeah.
Colin Rogan and Gary Cotter. I think they lost on a tie-break, didn't they?
It was very, they lost the first set, won the second set, and went to a tie-break.
So a great effort from them, and hopefully we see some New Zealanders featuring as that tournament wears on. The pairs drawing to a close now, I think, and we'll see the singles start soon. Darren Wolland here.
Good ball here, well played. Touch on the jack around the corner.
Beautiful
well
ball.
Played. It was in the old days of the 70s. The winner of the New Zealand men's open singles used to go to the UK, used to qualify to go and play in the Kodak singles in the UK. That was your
cool.
That was the prize of winning the New Zealand singles, was a trip to the UK to play in the Kodak singles.
To play on 3-second greens. There we go, Kevin Asplin under pressure.
Good response here from Asplin. He's not going to be far away. Gets the.
Great effort.
He just got the port.
Darren on the forehand. And for a new pair, I've been impressed with the communication between them, Kev.
You're right, Alex. I was just going to remark when I heard Terry talking then, giving the instructions that, it sounds a combination that one is enjoying themselves and two that they are getting on with the job. Oh, you got the inside of the bowl would have sat in front, would have been fine. Two's the call.
Here we go, on the forehand. Kevin Asplin, he does not happy with that one. He let it go a bit funny.
Yeah, you can see straight away he knew, didn't he, that...
Got another bowl to go, so he'll just walk back and focus on that.
And I'd imagine one of the challenges for Kevin is that to get that balance of his own body right at the point of delivery.
Absolutely.
It's for us able-bodied people, it looks quite simple, but for someone like Kevin, as a case in point, it is. There are some challenges of.
I'm not capable of understanding, so I can just offer my empathy, and I'm grateful that we have these events that cater to individuals who can play on an even playing field with people who understand what it's like. I think that's really, for me...
This is a good attempt here. Gets clean under the bowl. Gets clean under it.
Great shot.
That's well played.
We might see some aggression here from Kevin. For me, Kev, I just love the community and the growing parabowls community as well in New Zealand, because it is growing, that is developing, where it's a nice place to be and a nice community and group to have, and long may it continue to grow, and long may we continue to have these events that cater to everyone at our nationals. Kevin Asplin here on the forehand. 3 down.
Well, he's got good.
How's the weight?
He's got breaking back now.
How's the weight?
This is a great attempt. Not going to get the right result, but my goodness, he was certainly on that line to the jack.
Beautiful track there. Not to be for Kevin. So we see Wolland and Blackbourn begin to take a bit of a lead here in this game.
Does Terry know where Waikefield is, really?
I doubt it. She's wearing the shirt.
I just see the shirt. That's what I.
The Dunedin club.
And Terry was a secondary school player as well, wasn't she?
That's right. That's where she. That whole group of players.
They were all in the secondary school contingent, weren't they? Yeah.
Look at this jack here. To the 2 metre mark.
It was interesting talking to Taylor Bruce yesterday about the number of jacks that got lost, and she was quite reassured when I said to her, well, in the game before there was a plethora of jacks that got lost, and she just felt that it may have been at least a metre quicker. She was. I was sure that I was at the 2 metre.
Yeah, well, she was what we found was that it was an outdoor jack.
Oh, it was.
So there are seven heavy indoor jacks and 1 light outdoor jack. And that was the difference there, Kev, which I'm sure the players will be happy to know. It wasn't you.
That's because she said to me, I knew that I'm getting down towards the 2 metre, and it just kept kicked.
Yeah. So in isolation, if you were only playing without the jacks, it'd be fine. But these players had spent 1 or 2 or 3 games playing with the heavier indoor
Correct.
jacks.
Ah,
Switch to the outdoor one. So that was the problem. It was
So-
an odd one out.
we did find something.
Yes.
Because both Alex and myself were quite sort of bemused about the
It was
number.
flummoxing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was about the number of jacks, and I, as I say, I raised the point with Taylor Bruce after the match, and and she was equally flummoxed about the loss of the jacks. So another good opening bowl here from Terry Blackbourn. You'll see it sitting right on the centre line, just in behind the jack, an ideal position. There's that famous chalk line. We know that won't get all the way back to the centre line.
Yeah,
It's
a little bit wide. Easy to be heavy on the screen.
and I'm not criticising the players out because they can't actually see as much as that line as what we can see. But from our point of view in the commentary, it clearly shows to us, doesn't it, where the bowl, if it's going to be in the zone, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a good place to look from. We see Caroline Crawford here on the backhand, looking to make her correction. Old dream lines she's got, so they do come back a bit.
They would come back, yes.
I'm not sure if they'll come back quite far enough, but we'll find out in a second.
Speed on that one was great.
The speed's good, says Kevin Asplin. Not quite the weight. And you can see there it was level with the jack. Terry just taking her time. Very deliberate action.
Now, if they had singles as well.
They have had singles, yes. And
Of course they had.
we watched Darren Wolland win the
Darren
singles.
Wolland, yeah,
So
correct, correct.
Terry was pretty pleased to be playing with Darren. I think Kevin Smith organised that on behalf of, and Darren then went to win the Parabowls New Zealand singles and the Open Disability singles. So Terry was thinking, cool, this is
I've
good.
got a good partner.
Yeah, qualified herself, of course, Kevin, and lost 18-21 to Graham Skellern.
It's a good effort.
First
That's just
round of
good
post-section.
effort.
Yeah, she was pleased enough, and I think a cool thing about this pairing of Darren Wolland and Terry Blackbourn is they both suffer from arthritis, so there's an understanding there of each other.
Good
See
response here,
Caroline
though,
Crawford.
for this last bowl of Caroline Crawford. It's going to literally get
Beautiful.
right to the centre line, jack level.
So we'll talk about updates, Kevin, between Flintoff and Wheeler. Wheeler leads 10-8 after 8 ends. And between the game, Skellern and Smith, Graham Skellern 14-7 up after 12. And between Curran and Delaney, Delaney leads 9-3 after 8. And the other quarterfinals going on, of course, we will bring you a semi-final today and then the final to be played tomorrow of this Open Disability Pairs.
And we're working on the premise that those finals will be at Browns Bay. So if you're around the Auckland area or North Harbour area tomorrow, or anywhere in the Auckland area tomorrow, get down to the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Yeah, we're due some good weather, so it's going to be lovely.
And free admittance, and there will be the final of the men's singles and the finals. Well, there'll be semi-finals and finals because of the
That's
qualifying
right.
numbers.
Yep.
Semi-final and finals of the women's pairs and men's singles, and of course the event in front of us now. That final will be tomorrow, so it'll be a full day of activity.
Should be. Oh, good result there. That was a good result there from Darren Wolland. He was on the tight side and he's got a good wick.
Had good weight, really.
He did,
didn't he?
yeah.
That made a big difference. So the bowl didn't roll too far. So good weight to get to the result. Asplin now on his backhand.
You sort of find a bowls when it's your day, you get a wick like that. And when it's
Absolutely.
not your day, you find the gap clean and nothing happens. Asplin here on the backhand. This is close, Kev. How long is it going to hold for?
Needs to hold just a fraction or get the face of the bowl.
Yeah, it's frustrating as a player. He's been in the area a lot, Kevin Asplin. He either had good weight or good green, and often just missing that sort of 2 or 3 feet of one or the other.
His early days, all he did was lead. He just led for years and years and years. That's all Kevin did, and was very good at it.
Very funny man. Darren Wolland on the forehand side. He's made one already. He's looking to rest out the shot bowl.
Going to get the outside of it and push it all the way through. He did. Well played. He was always in. It was always in the target area. Just a matter of how much of the bowl it got. But he was on the arc of the bowl. It was always in the target area to get a good result.
Coming in there, just trailing either kitty or the bowl, pouring into there.
And while Kevin plays this bowl as well, we will be having the next couple of weekends. We'll have live coverage of events around the countryside.
Yes, we will, Kev. It should be good. There's Burnside pairs, and then there's, I think, 2 Taranaki fours coming up.
Men and women's fours. Kevin Asplin not to be outdone here. Is he going to hold up to the jack or sit on the bowl?
Brilliant.
Yes, he does. Well played to make 2 shots of it.
Yeah, he deserved that. He deserved to get a good result from a good bowl, holding 2. Darren going to have a nibble on his backhand side.
He was only a bowl away, Asplin, with his previous bowl, and just made that little adjustment.
Darren Wolland tight.
Very much so.
He'll be disappointed that out of his hand. Would have felt narrow all the way, but the sign of a confident man from Wakefield Bowling Club.
Kevin Asplin, is he? Do you know what club he still is? Is Orewa still? He played at Orewa, always played at Orewa.
It's still going. I'm not sure where he's domiciled at the moment. Oh, not quite able to add a bonus, but Kevin will be happy with the second bowl. That was a great shot.
Certainly was. Looks like 2.
I think he's made it into 2. And Terry, Garren's like, it's 2.
Terry.
Terry, a new returning to the sport, so doesn't have a bowls measure.
I'm sure Jenny's got a couple somewhere.
Yeah, Jenny's probably sitting on the sidelines going, I've got mine. But,
yeah. Jenny'd have a couple in the bag somewhere, wouldn't she?
Christmas, well, it would have been a great Christmas present idea, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I got the umpire back. Give them something to do. So 1 already conceded to Asplin and Crawford. And the score 13-5 on the 11th end. So it was a good time to score a couple of points if they can manage it. And Terry going to sit down.
I'm pleased that we're seeing the umpire with one chock in the bowl early.
Yes.
And 2 not using the calipers.
Oh, I can't go through that again. I can't go through that again, Kevin. It's too stressful. And we see this umpire go from the jack to the bowl.
I wonder if the umpire went back and had a look at the game last night.
I did. It looked the same as
we
it did
were
the
right.
first time.
We were right.
Yeah.
Didn't change, did it?
Yeah, not ideal. Has Terry got chalk tucked into her shoe there?
Looks.
I've never seen that.
No, oh, it has too.
What a good idea. Chalk in the shoe.
It has.
But then you'd have to... We'll see. We'll see how it works in practice.
Well,
chalk in the shoe.
It's something new, different, isn't it?
A bit of innovation there from Terry Blackbourn. I usually just, I think the most rookie mistake you can make as a club is to put fresh chalk out in the morning of a tournament, Kev. Yeah. You put fresh chalk on your scoreboards. There's going to be very little of it left after the first 3 or 4 ends. Everyone goes, oh, I forgot the chalk, or just snap into little bits and pieces.
Yeah,
happy days. I'm guilty. I should.
Well, I think in the day we've all been we've all been guilty of.
Oh, we need chalk, don't we?
Yeah, all been guilty of that. Yeah, it's.
Taking her time, this umpire. It must be a very close measure.
We had a greenkeeper only hung her at one stage, who shall remain nameless, but his hate phobia was so many of us would get into the umpires, the shed before, as we go walking out on the greens that only hung her, and he had a little box just inside just inside the door of the workshop. and you can just about guarantee on most weekends. So Elf, he said, well, to hell with you guys. So he stopped filling it.
Stop getting your free chalk.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, everyone would just walk out and go straight into the into the greenkeeper's shed on the right hand side, and there was this little box just inside that always had plentiful supply of chalk. And
let's go. Thank you for the complimentary piece of chalk.
yeah, thank you.
Very good. So we see the score 7-13 now. And for Asplin and Crawford, they'll see this as the home straight, won't they? They've been sort of hanging back, biding their time. And this
good opening
is
bowl.
great from Karen
Good opening
Crawford.
bowl from Karen Crawford. At 18 ends, really, Alex, it's the next 3 ends that really decide your run home, isn't it? You know, it's like you play a 25-end game, you break the game up into into 3 segments. And as here, you've got a 6-shot lead, 12 of 18, so 12 to 15 become the ends that you want to be driving the nail in, or catching up and scoring the shots.
Absolutely. So that at the end of the day, the chasing team wants to be within Cooey, or ideally in front by the time you get to the 18th end. Sort of within 3 points is a good rule of thumb, and that's very achievable.
It's a good attempt here from Terry. It's a very, very good attempt as it comes towards the centre line. Got that bowl there on a beautiful arc.
Yeah, good shot.
And a good thing about that as well, Alex, is that straight from your first 2 bowls, you're not really in danger of having a 3 or a 4 or a big number going against you, aren't you? That's the valuable trait of getting those bowls around the head. It just,
and when it's done early, you often see it followed up with. So it would be like if Carolyn drew another bowl within a foot, I don't want to be surprised.
No.
She's got her first bowl there, so they know what it feels like. We'll see on the back end again.
well, it's a lovely draw out there. It's a good draw on both hands, and as you rightly said, with the bowls that Carolyn plays with, she's got a wider run home. She's got more run to the jack, and again, great weight. She was just more than likely a couple of bowls wide.
All I can see is the chalk in the shoe now, Kev.
Yes, that's right.
Here we go. On the back end.
So were you the encourager to get Terry back playing?
I certainly said a few things.
Good.
Kev, I think, I know how talented she is at indoor bowls, and she's done almost all you can do in that sport. She's won 4 Open New Zealand titles, played for her country for six years, I think. So I said, why don't you have a go at outdoor again and see how you get on, new challenges.
And you've got 2 children, is it?
2 kids,
Yeah.
Lockie and Tyler. And Lockie, I can't remember how old Lockie is. They're both talking. Lockie 10, Tyler 5-ish, and I'm sure Sean and Lockie and Tyler probably tuning in to watch them play. Sean being her husband, of course.
So what club does she play out of in the Waikato?
Can't remember which one she's joined, Kev.
Oh, right.
So I don't want to say it in case.
No, I just wondered whether
she used to play, I think the first time around, Frankton Junction, very briefly in Waikato.
when they had that. Have they still got there was the indoor complex there?
Not sure if it's still a thing.
No, I'm not sure either, Alex. But there's 2 good bowls there from Terry.
Potentially Claudelands.
Yes. Another
think.
good bowl coming in here too. It's 3. You can't get them much closer than there, Alex. No, the shot.
That's pretty good bowl.
That's as good as you would see anywhere. Well played, Terry. Great opportunity. Opened that touch shot on the trail up on the other hand for her skip as we play the 12th of 18 ends. And then this is, well, it's deceiving actually when the other angle.
Yeah, it almost looked like it was, well, I've seen it one to both.
Jack level on the other angle before looked quite favourable just out from the centre line. But a touch of the jack, of course, makes it very favourable, doesn't it?
Yeah, and we'll see Kevin Asplin with his first bowl probably play on his backhand side, looking to draw the punch of the pink bowls.
We'll try and draw in the triangle. One would that would be his target area.
Very experienced bowler. How's your green, Kevin? Not sure what bowls Kevin's playing with. Obviously a tighter line than Crawford's.
Oh, he tips the back of this bowl over,
it's
though.
Close to brilliant if he gets it right. And
Well,
not so good if he gets it wrong.
One down. So, regardless of whether one down or one up, this backhand touch draw is always the shot, isn't it?
Yeah, and you get 3 goes at it if you're Darren. That's what you're thinking. I have 3 bowls to try and move the jack back a little bit and try and make it better every time.
Well, he's got the bowl out on a chance draw. Big smile from Terry. It's going to rock on the bowl.
What a mighty effort that was there from Darren Wolland. And that's a great bowl to correct from, isn't it? He just needs to take that little bit more green.
It's only literally one bowl width, isn't it?
Absolutely. And Crawford and Asplin just discussing the ways to try and negate.
Well, I think Asplin will try and move the jack.
Yeah.
Away from that.
Away from the danger area.
So he'll play on the backhand side and try and move the jack to the other side of the ring, take away that danger. And he can turn his own bowl, or turn the Caroline Crawford bowl into the head, which would give them that result, and move the jack away from what I would call the danger.
Not far away here, Kevin Asplin.
Oh, this is a good bowl here from Asplin.
Clean.
This is a good bowl, and it falls back.
Oh, it was a lovely shot regardless. He's got another bowl on the head. But a bit unlucky really with the way it sat.
Well, it was one bowl further closer in. Alex had sat in amongst those bowls. So what can Darren Wolland do here? He's got the bowl again out on the. How long is it going to hold on that line? Coming back now. Going to go by on the quick side.
If it stops, it's good. Be happy enough with that.
There's one another foot of weight, or how much more weight?
Oh, another foot.
Thank you.
And you'd have heard the call there from Kevin Asplin and Caroline Crawford talking. He really wants to try and turn the bowl through the head, which may create the opportunity to move the jack as well. Just take away with that trail shot. So here is Asplin again on the backhand.
And he's in the area.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's 7 bowls literally there. Look,
What great bowls from these players.
7 bowls with a tea towel over them.
Yeah, no, great stuff.
On a full length head.
It's hard to do.
Yeah, and the 8th and the 9th are only a metre away anyway on either side of the jack. So the level, the standard that has been shown is
very
high. So certainly a different line here. Certainly a different line.
Not far away from
Certainly
Darren
a
Wolland.
different line. It'll work with the call from Terry. Well, that'd be the one, I would say, the red, but Terry's bowl in the middle. Yeah,
One.
well, that was.
Oh, it'll be disappointing. I mean, it's great to get one. It'll be a little bit disappointing for Darren to have been so close to about 300 points.
Well, a game closer.
Yeah.
Really.
And just not quite getting it, but a good shot anyway.
Another head gone, though. That's the important thing.
I've got some more updates from the quarterfinals. I can report that Skellern and Wakefield leading 17-9 after 14 ends of the 18 ends, so they're rushing through those games, or that game. Wheeler is up 12-9 after 10, and Delaney is up 10-4 after 10 ends. So lots of games still hanging in the balance at this quarterfinal stage of the National Open Disability Pairs. And Terry leading off on her backhand here. A little bit of a bounce. That's okay. And a much shorter end than what they've played. I doubt that was on purpose.
Terry is going to be far away.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, if you're going to throw a jack not to the place you want it to be, you usually try and really focus on
Very
saying,
much so.
let me get 3 balls closer that my skip is,
Very much so.
is at peace. And Caroline on her backhand as well.
Impact fire, you?
Yeah, I've come off a bit. I've got a very sore back, does that count?
So the Caroline Crawford right to the centre line.
Been impressed by both of these leads. It's been a good battle. I wouldn't be able to call a winner for it, Kev.
Well, of course, Caroline, as we know, vast experience in the Otago area. It's good to see Terry Anderson still. Terry Blackbourn now.
Yeah, I'll forgive you. She was Terry Anderson for a long time.
It was.
Sorry, Sean.
Very nice delivery, though, and still compact and gets the bowl away very well.
She's developed a stand-up drive in indoor bowls, Kevin, because in indoor bowls, obviously you can hit the bowls as hard as you like, but the kill's just bad. She's now skipping an 8-bowl pairs in the New Zealand team for the women, so she developed a stand-up, and I said to her, if you want to play a stand-up, it's just the same as an outdoor delivery. You just do that, but hit it down the mat. So has developed an aggressive edge to some of her bowls in the indoor sport as well.
Well, she's been in the New Zealand side for a number of years now.
Be at least 7 years, I think. 2015 and Tauranga was her debut.
Yeah, it's a pretty good. It's a good stint, isn't it?
Yeah, a very impressive career, and well deserved. One off that elusive gold star in the indoors code, and on the back end, a bit of a grimace there on Terry's face.
I think she knew she pushed it out a wee bit on the hand, and it just. As we know, you get that hand that just pushes it out fractionally.
Yeah.
It won't come all the way back.
Back it comes. It is that sort of, it's a much shorter end than what we have seen.
It is, and that also makes a difference, doesn't it? Like the margin of error becomes that much tighter, doesn't it?
And it's easy to be wide on a short end because the bowl's not travelling as far. So it can just it can stop travelling before it gets to its destination and not have turned enough. Caroline Crawford here cutting across the green. That's ironic, isn't it? After I say it's easy to be wide on a short end, but she'll be disappointed with that third bowl.
Well, where that finish shows it really with her particular make of bowl, which it sort of just disappeared, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just totally disappeared.
Darren and Terry just having a conversation about what shot he's best to play, which I like.
She's having a laugh.
Probably saying sorry.
But that's good. That's it's not about the Empire State Building, is it? But you want to do as well as you can. And Darren, of course, yesterday winning the singles.
I think he said in his post-match interview that he hasn't lost a game of singles at a pair of bowls.
Really?
This year, and that's a pretty mighty effort because it's a strong couple of fields. He made his way through at Waverley Bowling Club and Invercargill through that field and took home the pair of bowls New Zealand title, and then up here in Auckland, a good shot there from.
Oh, he's done it again.
Wolland. I think he's the holder of 3 South Otago Open Centre titles.
Really?
Wolland, yeah. So sort of been around. Just great experience from all 4 of these players.
So I take it he's in the South Otago side?
He will have. I'm not sure. I don't want to.
Well, I'd have him in there.
Yeah. If he's not, he should be.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak unduly, but has certainly had his successes. Kevin Asplin here.
Well played. That's a shot.
And all it really is, it's just a draw. We see the score, 14-7. So Wolland and Blackbourn, not comfortable, but you're in control of the game at this point, aren't you?
As long as it's like one's a fine. He's a good attempt here again. Just needs to get that inside, he's got the outside of the shot bowl, but he's got 2 bowls right handy to the to the scoring area. So his weight control, his weight has been excellent on both occasions.
Kevin Asplin, meanwhile, just looking to add a bonus on the backhand side. Oh, he might be on the wide side, Kev.
Yeah, that's on that. Out past that white marker, out past there, you sort of struggle to get all the way. Good weight though, very good weight. One of the things that's impressed me both yesterday and today, Alex, which I think is a change in New Zealand playing a number of our players now, we went through a phase whereby we tried to search for the jack, and we played jack here. He's got the jack.
Has he stuck
He's got
with
the
it?
jack, and he's going
Yeah,
to sit
good
on
shot
top
there
of
from
it.
Darren Wolland.
Well, 3 very, very good bowls there. So what I'm saying, Alex, is we went through a phase where we tried to search the line for the jack or a bowl, etc., thinking that because we were playing with narrower bowls, that we were going to be able to do so. We're now getting back to, I think, to backing our drawing ability. And, of course, you've got to have good greens as well.
Well, you let the ball come back to the centre line, don't
Absolutely.
you? That's what's
what,
happening.
It's what it's there for.
Yeah. And I think we're also seeing a drift away from the super-duper straight bowls.
Yeah,
People
I
are
definitely,
beginning
I
to
think
favour... Not, I mean, we never go back to the massive swingers that we used to have, but the Optimas are quite a popular bowl now. Even the XG turns a reasonable amount. They're not super straight.
Well, I watched Alex Marshall just recently, and the bowls that Marshall plays with now, and he can do anything with the bowl. he can decide what green he's going to play. But he's more than likely, I would say, about 12, 15 inches wider than what it would have traditionally been. He was always literally a straight down the line player, like Darren Bennett, trying to get to the bowl and turn a bowl through to get a result. And if you look, even Aaron Sheriff now, if you watch Sheriff play, you'll see now a different style of their game management. And also if you take the greens now, especially like on the Gold Coast in Australia, I do think now, Alex, as well, that at a more, a better speed to be able to play around bowls rather than inside bowls.
Yeah, allows it to just turn that little bit. It's a nicer game. And a long jack again. So it was just a little blip, I think, that previous end.
Oh, 15-7, tidy little break now. So here is Terry Blackbourn on that backhand, addresses the mat properly, gets that feet angle. So important to assist you to get the ball out. Oh. She knows straight away.
At least she smiled.
Well,
I don't usually smile when that happens to me.
As you know, Alex, it's just a point. It's only an adjustment of delivery of, well, a few inches of your hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not a big adjustment.
Here we see Carolyn Crawford. She'll look to jump on this though. They trail by 8 on this, the 14th end. So they need to. You're right, Kevin. They need to look to find probably a way to score a 2 or 3 on this end.
Well, we know
lovely arc.
Yeah, we know that bowler Caroline Crawford will come back to the centre line. It's got a bigger swing, and Julie does so.
Terry, just make a correction. On the backhand.
Because Terry was in that sort of band of very good young female players. There wasn't at that. Look at his great correction.
Very good correction.
Great
Terry
correction.
Blackbourn.
There was a big box of them at that point in time playing in the likes of the Kitty Hawks and the second.
Yeah, that whole generation.
There was a big group of them, and they have gone on to be very successful.
Even the sort of era, she was a contemporary sort of like Nicole Toomeys as well.
Absolutely.
Would have been coming through that system. And the Boyds, of course, a few years older.
Well, Mandy owned secondary school bowls there for a number of years, didn't she?
She was playing, she won it.
Yeah, it was a bit like that. The wedding painter.
Oh, incredible, Mandy Boyd. I have no doubt. I would be unsurprised if we were to see Mandy and Ange make their way right through to the final tomorrow. Of course, anything can happen in bowls, but just wait and see. But
they're a very good
such a talented bowls family, the Boyds. Mandy.
Good line here again from Terry. This is going to come in behind. This is good leading from at 15-7, 1 on, 1 over.
Good shot.
And you've got an 80%, haven't you, really?
Yeah, and it's a good recovery from your first bowl as well. When something like that happens, you
Absolutely.
just go, okay, put it out of my mind, try and reset. Carolyn Crawford having to switch now to the forehand because Terry has drawn the shot. And she'll be looking for some movement here, to be honest, maybe a metre over. Watch this bowl come into the head on the forehand side. It's on the right. It's on the good track here, Kev.
Well played,
Oh,
but
that's unlucky.
It is unlucky, desperately unlucky, but it comes back to the point of what we said of how Terry had been able to get the bowls on the head, isn't it? It's just, and the sad thing now for the Asplin combination, all their bowls are on one side of the head, and the likelihood of moving the jack over there is
minimal.
Minimal.
When you've got the rub of the green, she would have swallowed that jack up and been holding a 3 to our left, but just that quarter of a bowl narrow.
So does Darren go for the jack trail into the ditch?
It'll be tempting, and he can afford to miss that little bit heavy because you're already holding the 3. So it's not so much about drawing a bonus, is it, Kev? It's about making it impossible for the opposition to score a point.
Taking away scoring opportunities.
Let's see what Darren does on the forehand side.
Perhaps at this first bowl trying to get some cover to those black bowls, but by goodness, this is the line they come from. Just question the weight. It's the line they come from, and he's going to get
got the weight as well. And it's going to sit down against the bias.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have to play the ditch.
No, it's worked perfectly.
Doesn't have to play that now. It's left the head looking very strong for him.
Kevin on the backhand.
Certainly out on that, outside that line that we talk about, Alex, on that side of the rink, and Julie will be. Nothing better for a skip, isn't it, when you can just say draw away with confidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no danger on the forehand. Is Wolland daring to book him a berth in the semi-final, and it's looking pretty good at this point to be able to look. Here he comes again, Alex. He's clean under the bowl.
Yeah, been really impressed.
That's as good as you'll get. That's as good as you'll see.
Yeah.
Did it fall in?
I heard yep, and then up.
Yeah, so it must have
splashed into the ditch, I think.
But they're all counting. I just heard Caroline Crawford say they're all counting. So, oh no, there it is. It's up on.
Oh, it stayed on.
It stayed on.
And Skellern, I can just quickly report, Kevin, their first combination of Skellern and Wakefield through to the semi-finals.
Of course, Wakefield, a long time member of the New Zealand side.
A very good bowler, recently moved to Timaru.
Yes.
Oh, no.
It got the side slice.
Oh. That's a bowls god situation.
One down.
Oh.
Given that, I'm not taking that one.
Yeah, he would have said sorry. That's okay. That's bowls, isn't it? Such is life. So, in the semi-final, Skellern and Wakefield will take on the winner of Kieran Wheeler and Glenn Hanneman. And
Hold all tickets.
Flintoff and Linda Bennett.
Hold all tickets.
What a bowl. Good shot.
Killed it.
Good shot.
Terry saying, really? So,
Good shot, mate.
Yeah, just decided not to bother.
Well, you know, he'd have liked to have scored off it, but it was a good shot after that result of Kevin Asplin's to, you know. But again, Darren Wolland is showing really he's got a great array of shots, Alex, isn't he?
That's a good. That was a good salvage from Darren Wolland, considering how Kevin got the shot with his bowl, where he got a very fine edge with weight, probably 2 or 3 metres wide of the head, and rolled the bowl in. Sometimes when you're playing and that happens against you, you think,
Yeah.
oh, I'm not destined to score a point on this end, but able to sort of collect himself. It wasn't. I think my point is, it wasn't a shot he would have visualised himself playing.
Absolutely not.
30 seconds before he played.
No, not at all.
So a sign of good play there. Just being able to get down and play that kill, and we'll see.
Terry Blackbourn knew that she was, you know, outside that line, but look, that's fine. It's over the head, and you need those bowls over the head now. She'll endeavour to adjust with the second bowl. Carolyn Crawford on the backhand.
$7.15 the difference. Both these players overplaying their first bowls.
Oh, now it's, Terry has to stay up. Terry's got to now jump on this opportunity, doesn't she? And with that second bowl, she'd be well aware of that. Doesn't need me to remind it.
On the back end. See what sort of correction Terry's been able to make to the first one. Still on that high line.
Still on the high line. It is being finished up literally in the same spot as her first.
Well, consistent, Kev.
Yeah.
It's always a shame when you're consistent, not in a place where the jack is, though, isn't it? So Carolyn Crawford now with the same equation, really. All the room in the world. Wants to be the first one to put some pressure on.
Well, with Caroline's bowl, she's out on that wider line, which is more suited to her bowl, which will come back now.
Yeah, it'll break back
towards the centre line, and is going to do so.
Right. Now Terry's thinking, oh well, I'll just make my little correction.
Weight's fine, really. You know, it's slightly over, but not very nice delivery though. It stays down on the bowl. Watch her head. Nothing comes up or moves around very much, which is. And has made adjustment under the line.
Good weight.
Good weight. You're right. Perfect draw weight.
Carolyn on the back end. Remembering this is a kill then, so no one scored any points on the previous one.
Well, this is more likely to be the most, so I'd say, scattered.
It's the loosest, I think, yeah, definitely the loosest end we've seen in this game from the leads. Opportunity for the skips to make their mark here.
I imagine it would be very muggy out there with the the roof and.
Well, it's I imagine it would be. It's muggy enough inside the greenkeeper's shed. I can tell you that, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure is.
We'll be okay. And a very wide open head here. So first bowl, very important for Darren Wolland, skipping this team, leading 15-7. And on the forehand he will be. Not sure if he likes it. Oh, just passing through a little bit. It was always a bit heavy. Kevin Asplin now, his turn to see what he can manage here on his forehand. Backhand, sorry. And watch this bowl. It's on the wider side. Unusually loose head here in this game appears. He's coming to match Terry's bowl at the back. Darren still really not a huge amount of pressure on him here. At the most, one down on the head. And delivered on the forehand again. Willing it to pull up now. Just passing through that little bit.
Don't avoid your taxes, because Caroline Crawford's a compliance officer
for
the IRT in Dunedin. So don't try and
heard that.
Well, this is where it's a good call there, just a mat less weight there from. It's it's good management of the head from Terry Blackbourn. And what are they, 3 down?
Maybe just 2. I think Terry's bowl at 9 o'clock is the third shot.
May not be in a moment. May not be in a moment.
Should have hit it harder.
1 down. Good result.
There's a good bowl there from Darren. It's mitigating the damage.
Yeah, we hold one.
You would have heard Kevin Asplin asking then.
Yeah, but it's pretty dangerous, that hand.
So Kevin Asplin talking about endeavouring to get the trail on the backhand for 3.
Yeah.
Well, Caroline Crawford said
Can't trail
you can't trail
just draw it for 2.
Yeah. So Asplin just walking off the mat to have a look.
Here we go, great angle here. Let's see where the bowl ends up. It should come into screen shortly from the left to the right.
On the line to
How's
get
your
to
weight? Not enough, I don't think. 1 conceded. And another update, Kevin, from the other 2 quarterfinals. Delaney up 11-5 after 12, and Wheeler now 14-10 up after 12 ends.
So Wheeler from Dunedin.
Yes. Yep.
And of course Delaney from Nelson.
Yeah. And some good games there. I think the game between Wheeler is between Wheeler and then Linda Bennett and Warwick Flintoff playing. So they're making a comeback there, 14-10 after 12 to the Bennett, or to Wheeler. Flintoff and Bennett making the comeback, and the umpire getting used plenty of times in this game, Kev.
Yeah, the Caroline Crawford, I think, rightly call the umpire, don't want to move the jack or move a bowl around, which is what can happen. And so there's the well done by the umpire, puts the chalk straight away under the bowl. I must say as well, Alex, that how pleasing it is to see the umpire's new attire.
It's very, very smart looking, I think, an improvement on what we used to have, and thanks to Summerset Retirement Villages for helping us with that, and Erin Nurka for designing those the apparel. They come with jackets as well, and I think a step up from, I'm not even sure what colour you would call their previous.
No colour.
I don't know what I'd call it.
It looked a lot, I don't know, inside the Girl Guides, but it sort of looked a wee bit regimental.
Yeah, not ideal. So nice, easy to see. And they've got umpire blazoned on the back, so you left in no doubt as to who are the umpires. Now we see one there.
2.
Asplin.
Was it 2?
I think it was just 1. We'll wait. So Terry flipping over the board.
Just the 1.
Just the 1. 8:15 now. So still within Cooey. This Crawford and Asplin combination, very experienced. They've got 3 Open National titles between them. trying to find a way back into this game against the relatively new combination of Wolland and Blackbourn.
You mentioned Erin a moment ago, Alex, and of course Erin about to move to Australia.
Yes, she's leaving us at Bowls New Zealand.
For those who don't know, Erin, with the televised Bowls 3-5 event especially, Erin did a wonderful job in literally stage managing, getting all of that together, and a number of other initiatives at Bowls New Zealand over the last 4 to 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
And has certainly been part of the transformation of a number of things, events, and as I mentioned, that of the Bowls 3-5. So the bowlers around the country can be very thankful and appreciative of Erin, of the outstanding contribution that she has made to change, I would say, positive change.
Yep, absolutely, and she will be missed when she leaves.
So all the best to Erin in her new country and new opportunities.
We see there Carolyn Crawford drew a side touch-up, so she's entertaining no idea of not winning this game. Kevin fighting
still
away
here for a while, is her view.
And rightly so. 7 points down they are on this, the 15th end, so 3 to go after this one.
Well,
score a couple here, then you're within 5, and then score a couple
Terry
more, and you're within 3.
Yeah, she got that bowl out on that good arc to get it to finish in a good area, and it's going to do so, finishing literally jack level just off the centre line.
Yeah, good one to correct from Terry, really, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's just, it's good when someone's sitting on top of the jack for you to get that first bowl in or around it, not scattered or not sprayed all around the green. It just gives your side that wee bit more confidence as we watch now. That's narrow, that bowl of Caroline Crawford's. You can see with that wider draw that her bowls that might get through to, no, it won't. It's not going to get through to sit on the bowl of Terry Blackbourn. Blackbourn now will endeavour to try and get another bowl on the head, because we've seen from Darren Wolland, he's certainly got the ability to play weighted shots to move things around. So
he certainly does.
Getting bowls on the head from your lead here is so important. And again, I don't know if she's got the weight here. No, she's not going to have the weight here as the lead for the Wolland combination. Going to be a metre and a bit short.
Terry will be looking to make a correction with her third bowl, even if she finishes past the head. It's a success. Carolyn Crawford on the back end.
Well, certainly out on that wider side. Is it too far outside the line? It will come back, but won't come right back to the jack. It'd be over the head, be past down towards the back of the rink, deep on the rink. Yeah,
it's good skipping there from Wolland, Darren Wolland, just indicating if you miss, you're drawing to my feet. So essentially just asking for a bowl a metre past the head, and if
Correct.
you connect with something,
it's a bonus.
Happy days.
Well, certainly got the bowl out on that wider arc with this bowl to Terry Blackbourn.
She's close here, Kev.
Close. This is close.
Close here.
There's the jack. Can't get much better than that.
Great shot.
Can't get much better than that.
Good bowl from Terry Blackbourn. Well controlled.
And that was well called by the skip, and well weighted and well played by Terry, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Big smile on the face. Got that one, boss.
Very good.
Well, at this stage of the game, that's very handy too to change over with.
Just the rink marker there. You can see. Very good camera angle. Is it 1 to... Where's Terry's bowl?
Should be in the ditch down here, shouldn't it?
No, that's Terry's bowl there. So
one down.
One down to Carolyn Crawford. So a good bowl, but not an amazing result, Kevin.
No, it wasn't. Well, I thought she had it clean all the way through. I thought it would run. So Asplin would even draw as close as he can down towards the ditch, because that'll He's pretty well down here. Is the Orewa boy.
That's-
And I got a bit of an unluckies.
If he hadn't got the slide, I think he was drawing the shot there. And Darren just looking for a way through, looking like he's going to play his backhand side.
It looked as though he was going to get passed by about a bowl. It looked as though he was going to get by.
I thought it was perfect from Kevin Asplin there all the way. Oh, it was good until it wasn't really. There we go.
This is all about how quick is it. Because there's the touch up right up there and it goes into the ditch pretty quickly.
I think he probably in his mind was thinking, well, if I hit the toucher up.
He wants a metre and say a metre. He gets well, not quite a metre, but if he gets a few rolls out of the toucher, it would just about bring that toucher. Well, it doesn't matter if he puts in the ditch, of course.
Yeah. Here we go, Kevin Asplin looking to change essentially nothing at all.
Tighter. See out of the hand. It's tighter there. So for Phil Wolland, as you rightly said, Alex, if you can get a turn on the toucher, which you can clearly see sitting there, with the chalk sitting on the top of the pinkish bowl, get a couple of turns on it, then you'd be singing Dixie.
He will be indeed on his backhand. Darren here looking for a clean run through now. Oh.
Well, if he got past that bowler,
Beautiful effort.
He wouldn't have been far away.
He's improved the head though. Like he's got two bowls now that don't need many rolls.
I'm just going to
Yeah, I think we
have a look in a moment at that head.
Yeah, we've definitely got second.
Oh, they've got
Must be third. Unless
third.
Hey, what are you doing? Driving it. Touch it. Come on, just draw it. Right here. Don't go there. That's
Kevin moved it. So the bowler Terry's is shot.
Is the shot. I love that's very good from Carolyn.
That's boy, the woman is in charge.
Yeah, I like that she stopped. I like that she stopped Kevin. I think a lot of leads wouldn't be that brave. And has it paid dividends here?
Well, it's not far
it
away.
Has paid dividends here. Look at this here from Kevin Asplin, just splashing into the ditch. And I mean, for all the world, it does not look like Terry's bowl is holding the shot there.
Certainly
Kev.
doesn't. What I was looking at was there an opportunity
Chip it out,
to chip it out. That's what I was looking with Phil's last bowl, thinking that they were one down, but it was clearly indicated from Carolyn Crawford that no, that's not the case. And this is going to timber, I think, into the front. Will do so, won't do any damage.
Yeah, three reasonable efforts there from Darren.
I saw Terry raise her finger fairly. Now no one's convinced. I think there's an umpire coming.
So we get the umpire for the fifth time.
Yeah,
I need somebody else on the cable, please. Or do you want me to do real quick?
So we see a string measure here, Terry to hold the Caroline. Just finding the right
trying to get the right bit of fishing tackle.
measuring implement.
You always got to use a string measure. You just got told that.
Yeah. Here we go. Very efficient little bag. Umpire's bag. I used to have an umpire. I used to have a for indoor. I made myself like a measuring kit, and it was I found in my boot, Kev, like a satchel for car equipment, like car jacks and stuff. And I emptied it out and I put all my measuring stuff in there. And that's what I used to use for indoor bowls. Don't know what happened to the car stuff. But.
Yeah, it's mind you that a lot of with indoor, of course, you're talking more caliper type, smaller.
Calipers, cigarette papers, but they've gone out of vogue because no one smokes anymore, so there's no cigarette papers in the umpires' kits.
I made the comment the other day, you know, two of our great bowlers. Rolling a cigarette was how you gauge the pace of the green. P.B. Jones and D.C. Baldwin. That's well, that's an important one, really, at this point, Alex. 16-8 now. And it's a tidy buffer in this quarter-final match, knowing, of course, that already Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield are already through to the semi-final.
Yes, they are.
So we've got one of our semi-finalists, and the others are still, as Alex gave those updates just a few moments ago, underway. And we're 15-8.
Oh, there is that's brilliant. A little bit of cloud cover, Kev.
Yeah, just.
And I felt the temperature plummet in the shed. It plummeted, and the cloud's gone.
Yeah, I was just going to remark, it's sort of sauna-like.
Oh, people have been telling me I need to lose weight, so maybe if I just sit here and wait patiently, the sun will do the job for me.
Yeah, it's
All right, here we go. Terry on the backhand, leading, part of a team leading 16 points to 8. 2 ends to go after this, so it's crunch time for Asplin and Crawford. They need to score probably the next 3 ends.
They do.
Or until the end of the game.
So, Alex, the blind bowlers now, they have their own nationals as well.
Yeah, so the way it works...
Is that down in Vicargill?
It is, yeah. We'll get Kevin Smith on to have a chat to us next game.
Yeah.
And he'll explain it with more confidence than me. But there's lots of NSOs for deaf bowlers, the blind bowlers, the para bowls. All have their own organisations that run their own nationals. And then the Open Disability Nationals, which is run in conjunction with our Summerset National Singles and Pairs, is open to everyone. So we had deaf people participating as well, just that full range in that disability sector.
Box.
And it's certainly, I think, a growing area. And there's a lot of people in New Zealand who don't even realise that they would qualify to play in para bowls competitions and get to be a part of the para bowling community. And Kevin can talk to us more about that.
Well played, Terry's. Yeah, well, there's also no doubt, Alex, there's a number of bowlers, or may well have been ex-bowlers, who life stages have made changes to their flexibility, their movement, a whole range of things, and they're not precluded because there is the opportunity, isn't there?
Absolutely, just to participate and enjoy the camaraderie as well that comes with these events. Carolyn Crawford there, what a good bowl that was.
And there's a section up here of men's singles.
Men's singles being played at Orewa, yes, on the natural green. And this is close here from Terry Blackbourn.
Oh, it's really close to the jack. This really close, sits and gets. It's well played.
Good shot. That's good bowling there from Terry.
Well, there's 5 good bowls really. If you have a look, Caroline Crawford just outside the 2 metre mark. One that just got turned off the jack, literally.
Carolyn looking on the forehand side now. This is going to be a reaching bowl. She's looking to move bowls or the jack back. Got a 2.5 free bowl target. On the forehand side, Carolyn Crawford. This is beautiful weight for the shot.
Needs to work now.
Very close here.
Gets the back of the bowl, will turn it in for shot.
A lovely bowl.
Well played.
Absolutely beautiful, and that bowl stayed on the rink. We now have 6 bowls. We'll say 5 good bowls there, and that other one that's sort of not as good as it could have been, but that's great leading there from both of these, and a beautiful shot from Carolyn Crawford.
Well, it's a bit, the good thing is, Alex, is about that bowl's effectiveness, isn't it? And that's what they're both, they're both done on this particular, well, a lot of occasions, a lot of ends of this match.
So here we see Darren. I don't have any other results, Kev, but I do see Birkenhead Bowling Club has posted that Andrew Kelly's been knocked out at their section, with Shannon McElroy through and Liam Hill through, down to the last 64 at the Birkenhead Bowling Club. And those results will begin to come through to Bowls Hub Aotearoa if you're interested. So have a look on our website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, or our Facebook page, and those results will become available in the very near future as they roll in from around the place. And I think some interesting games happening. Sorry, let's focus on the game of bowls just for a second. Someone's put a food menu in front of me and it's totally throwing me off.
Thank you.
We got there, Kev.
So just going past and trying to reach through the bowls. And just went through. Asplin holding one, running out of ends, needs to score here. And now, of course, the advantage for the Wolland Blackbourn combination is the back belongs to them now. So
yeah, and they're in a position where they're 8 points up with 2 ends to go after this. So if you drop a one, the end is ticked over, and you're 7 points up with 2 ends to go, which means it's a 4 and a 3 you have to drop if it's going to go to hell in a handbasket. So it's sort of, they're in a nice position. As we see Darren Wolland here looking to make a correction off his first bowl. He's not far off getting the jack, willing it down. Oh, he was close there.
But
just a clap and a smile from Terry Blackbourn. We see Kevin on the forehand. I really like those rink seats that Jenny Stockford procured for Terry and Darren. I can see how that would be helpful over a day.
Well, the old days they were very common around the greens.
Bring them back.
The guys could sit there and, well, literally put their feet in the ditch. And, yeah, they were a common occurrence.
There we go. So, same bowl, she says to Darren. Only one down on the head.
Well, it doesn't need to fly at anything. You know, just if contact comes your way to the jack, that's a bonus. One down.
Absolutely. And he's given it every chance in the world on his forehand side. Very close here from Darren Wolland. Terry asking the bowl to hold. Asking it to hold.
Just one bowl away from getting the perfect result.
A little smile from both of them. And Paul Anderson there in the background from Mount Maunganui. Been around the scene at Bay Plenty for some time. I presume he's playing here today.
Well, it could be that playing now or watching.
Yeah, it's one or the other, isn't it? Can't tell from his body language in the background. Kevin Asplin just agonisingly slightly offline there. And we see a 1 now to Asplin and Crawford. So 9-16. We're playing the penultimate end. That's not impossible.
It's a big challenge, but you're right, Alex, not impossible. So you'd have heard that news from Alex. Just a quick update. Shannon McElroy, we know, has won his first round of post-section play in the men's singles. We have seen one of the Blackjacks, Andrew Kelly, of course, previous New Zealand singles winner, make an early exit and was defeated in round 1 of post-section play here at the Summerset Nationals.
And in the other quarterfinals taking place at Orewa, Kevin, I can tell you that Flintoff and Bennett just scored a 4 to go in front for the first time in that game. 15 points to 14 after 14 ends, and a high-scoring game there. Nearly 30 points scored and 14 ends. Exciting stuff. And
is that the Delaney? Who
so,
are they playing?
Wheeler.
Well, Wheeler from Tyree.
That's right, yes, yeah.
Good opening bowl here for Carolyn Crawford again.
Oh, she's not going away, Carolyn Crawford.
Last couple of ends.
Terry on the back end.
Just question the width of that first bowl. Looked narrow out of the hand. and is.
So, there's 7 up. You can probably afford to drop a 2 if you're Terry and Darren. Any more than 2 and the last end becomes a bit of a challenge. And Carolyn Crawford here showing all of her experience. That's great bowls there.
She's certainly, I'm here for a while yet.
Yeah, great stuff there. Good bowls at good times. Terry on the back end, a little grimace on the release there. And she's going to need to play a good third bowl, Kev.
Yeah, because it's on that same line as the first bowl, out on that narrower line. Good weight, very good weight.
Third time lucky for Terry. Meanwhile, Carolyn's just going to put a third bowl close, and it could be a big end here. It's their chance to make their way back into the game. Carolyn Crawford and Kevin Asplin.
He's got it out on that wider arc again, Alex, but it won't be wide enough, I don't think. Though it's still coming, but no, will disappear now under the centre line, but we might get the inside of this bowl. No, it doesn't. So here, I'm sure the Terry Blackbourn is just taking the time on the mat, watching that, looking where she needs to endeavour to get to that breaking point on the back end. Wanting to get a good bowl with a third.
Yeah.
On this end 17, and she's overcompensated and
disappointing stuff here. And Darren Wolland with a little bit of work to do. Terry will be disappointed that was live streamed, Kevin.
Well, she's had, to be fair, she's had, well, she's laughing, so
yeah.
She's had one, let's say, wayward end. So, of course, you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, those results will be starting to come through.
They will.
And just go to there and to men's singles, women's pairs, post-section results. And as they come in group by group, they will be posted up on the Bowls New Zealand website, and they'll be all up to date as soon as the results hit headquarters. They'll be posted.
Here we go, Darren Wolland on the forehand side. Under a bit of pressure here for the first time in a while. And we could see, I think we're going to see maybe a 3-point differential going into this last end, the way things sit, Kev.
So the first bowler, Kevin Asplin, was wayward. We'll see now in the back end, he can get a counter. He certainly got it out on the wider side.
He did, willing it to come back.
Don't think it'll come back far enough from out there. And Darren will be really happy here if we can get second shot.
Nope, just reseat himself. So, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Darren and Terry 7 up on this penultimate end, and they're ahead. It's not about scoring points, but you want to limit the damage here.
Absolutely. There's a better line here. This is a far better line here. This is a far better line here. Where's the jack going to go? Some result.
Oh, got the hands
luck.
on the head.
Got the result.
It was a lovely shot too.
Jack spilled out and just left holding the 2 shots after Darren. He got to the jack and it just didn't go where he wanted it to go.
There we go, Kevin Asplin.
Too wide again was his call.
He'll be disappointed with that. Would have been nice for him to add a couple of bonus shots to this head. It's the loosest end we'd seen from Terry in some time, and one of the better ends from Carolyn.
Well, second shot here makes it, I'm not going to say impossible, but makes it exceptionally challenging.
And the shot is a win, isn't it?
Absolutely it is.
So we could be about to see the last bowl of this game. Darren Wolland on the forehand side. On the tight line. It's on a tight line. Let's just watch this bowl.
Gets you inside of the bowl, tell you.
Yeah, good from Karen. I like that. Got 2 now, she says. So we're going to see a 5-point difference.
5 points, yeah.
On this last end.
No help whatsoever.
16-11.
11, yeah.
You heard Kevin Asplin, you might have heard him in the mics there, saying he was no help at all on that particular end. But Carolyn Crawford, the last few ends, has certainly put the pressure on with her first bowl.
16, 11.
Nope.
Stay up.
Oh, the Jack was careering for the bowls duster there. So we see a 2 metre to 2 metre. Sort of, it can be challenging to score big numbers on this length of head, Kev. There's not much room to build. Carolyn, lead off on her backhand. It's really important that this is a good bowl if they want to score their 5 points and force an extra end here.
Towards the end, except for Carolyn, she'd come on.
And just to confirm that comment from Alex before, Andrew Kelly has exited the singles, been defeated in his first round this morning. Shannon McElroy still here to win in his first game of post-section play. Yep,
and those results will come through in due course. The men's, with it being a round of 256 first, we had some challenges to view the draw correctly on Bowl Sub. So we're going to release an easier thing to watch just for that first round of 256.
How many qualifiers were there?
There's about 140 qualifiers.
So you played a 256 round.
Yeah, so we had to play that round to get through. Good bowl there from Terry. So some challenges to view the draw. The easiest way to look at that draw is on matches or entries as opposed to the draw button, because the brackets just came up a bit not as they were supposed to. Won't happen again. we've made sure that won't happen again, but just keep your eyes peeled. We'll post something after this game is finished on our website.
To understand after this first round's finished.
It will, because we'll be down to that nice number as we sort of bracket through.
And how many qualified the women's pairs? 40-ish.
I think that's the number that I have in my brain. Or the late 30s, maybe 36 or 30, between 32 and 40 qualified.
Well, surely our learned friend here on your right should be able to...
35. He said 35. Close enough as we watch this end. And it's looking like Terry's got one close, one past.
Well, the problem, of course, for the Asplin-Crawford combination, they can't have any short bowls.
Correct, yeah. And they need to try and find a way to get that 5 points within a metre or so, and looking unlikely at this stage. You spoke about Kevin Asplin leading for a long time. Does he have much of a drive on him, Kev? Was one of the things he think, oh, we'll go Jack in the ditch, and if I kill it, I kill it?
Not that I can recollect, but a few ends ago he was prepared to, and Carolyn Crawford sort
called
of
him off.
Said no, we're not going to do that. He.
It would be tempting to have a go, wouldn't it? Because you're not going to score. I can't really see a drawing 5 points within the sort of 2 or 3 feet. Carolyn's got 2 bowls at the back, although so does Terry. It's hard to kill because it's a long end, but maybe that's all they've got on, is attempting to kill this end and start again.
Yeah, well,
both teams just having a chat.
Asplin, of course, was part of the Sid Giddy, Morris Hickey, Mike Martinovich a little, and a guy from at Tauranga, a guy that played in there with them as well. They had a very formidable force side that reigned for a number of years.
Right, let's see what they've decided.
5's not there.
I think so. On the back end, Kevin Asplin here. Remembering we'll be back with the semi-final of the Open Disability Pairs at the completion of the game. So I think there's still 2 or 3 ends left to go on the quarterfinals. You can see to the left of your screen. So wouldn't be for at least another half hour, 40 minutes after this. We'll put it up on screen when we can. Kevin Asplin there, opting to try and draw some bowls close, then take the shot bowl out perhaps. I think if they could find a way to kill it, that's the way to go.
Well, especially if this particular bowl now gets another like second or third around the head, not close in on the jack, but just out on this right-hand side, and that's on that wide side. How far is it now going to come back? If it comes back inside this chalk line, which it's going to do,
good bowl there.
Well, this removes, now there's no other option.
I think find a way to kill it.
I think you've got to play this hand. I think you've got to play this hand, play with the steady, then try and run through.
Trying to get to the jack, run it through.
Looking for a very big rake here.
And that jack looks like a pinhead from the
that does
on the mat. Very hard shot to play, and that'll stay out. Won't get back with that line to get that particular result. Might in fact, it's going to sit outside the bowl and finish jack level. Well, there's no result there now.
Nah, it's looking for all the world like unless Kevin Asplin can find a kill. We're going to see Darren Wolland and Terry Blackbourn progress to the semi-final of the Open Disability Pairs. We will know in due course who they would take on in the semi-final. Those games still ongoing on the left of your screen.
We know that Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield are through.
Yes.
One semi-finalist has been found.
Yeah.
And this puts a wee bit more pain into what Kevin Asplin has to do. He's only really got one shot.
We'll try and kill it. Kevin winding up. Doesn't matter what hand he plays this on the back end. He's got some good weight here.
Well, he's not far
looking
away.
For the kill here. Kevin Asplin looking for the kill of the jack.
Oh, he's just desperately unlucky. And all over.
So with that, we see Kev, that team, Darren Wolland, Terry Blackbourn defeat Kevin Asplin and Carolyn Crawford, progress through to the semi-final. We are going to go away now for a little bit, and in the meantime you can sit and watch the highlights of that game. We will be back to cover the semi-final later on today.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know times are Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're
And welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Summerset National Singles and Pairs. Today we're broadcasting live from undercover at Bowls Orewa on what is actually a beautifully sunny day, which is good news for tomorrow. I'm Alex Reid and I'll be joined shortly by Kevin Hickland, but in the meantime I'll tell you who we're watching today. It is the semi-final of the Open Disability Pairs, and we're going to watch Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield take on the team of Warwick Flintoff and Linda Bennett. Bruce Wakefield there on the back end. On this, I think, the first end of this game. It's going to be a hard-fought one. All four players have played for their countries in their respective categories. Warwick Flintoff for the deaf bowls, and the other three for para. And we look at them cross over there. So the score 0-0 at the moment. And hands on hips from a Bruce Wakefield. I see Warwick Flintoff here on his backhand side. Member of a team going to the Deaf World Championships a bit later on this year. On his backhand. Look at this one. Not a bad start. In regards to the weight, the screen, of course, pretty slick. And Graham Skellern needs no introduction on his forehand there. And sporting a pair of goggles. I don't think I've seen him with a pair of goggles before. Or glasses, I suppose we should call them. Maybe just decided that I might give that little edge to his game. I see him fall a little bit short there with this first one. And Linda Bennett just indicating, look, this is where we need to be. So Warwick on the backhand, out of his hand, nice. Just taking its time and coming back into the head on this first end. Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield. And Warwick Flintoff and Linda Bennett. Watch this good correction here from Graham Skellern. See his first bowl at the top right of your screen. He's corrected well. Linda Bennett indicating, I think, that they may still hold 1 point. Find out soon enough. And Warwick Flintoff on the backhand side. Out of his hand, pretty smooth for Warwick. Let's see how this one goes. Watch it come back into the head. Linda Bennett, of course, we saw on the first finals day. As Kevin Hickland joins me in the commentary for this semi-final. Kevin, are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, four very good players here, really, Alex, and I'm sure that we're going to have a pretty good game. And look, it's going to quicken up because it's really got muggy, heaty now.
It has.
It's like a sauna in here, I can assure you. And I'm sure we're going to see more than likely another second in the green as Graham Skellern just going to drift by.
Well, I'm quite pleased with myself, Kevin, because we've mentioned before we are in a greenkeeper's shed for which we are grateful to Bowls Orewa, and it was fantastic when it was cold and rainy because it's quite well insulated, surprisingly, and the it stayed nice and warm enough. But now the sun is out. It feels like it's about 350 degrees in here. So I found a clean shirt of mine that I had packed away in my Bowls New Zealand bag, and I've dampened it.
Well done,
Kevin.
Well done.
So I'm fine.
Well done. The other comment I was going to make, Alex, of all my years of playing bowls, this is the longest amount of time I've ever spent in a greenkeeper shed.
Fair enough too. We see the jack thrown to the full 2 metre length there by Linda Bennett.
It was always a place that we looked at and you knew very well that this is the place that you don't go because, one, it involves work. Two, it involves a whole lot of things that I've got absolutely no idea about.
I'm on the same bandwagon.
Or how they work.
Linda Bennett on the forehand. Very experienced bowlers. I was talking to Kevin Smith before we went on air, Kevin, and he was saying it's interesting the way this open disability pairs has worked out because we've got the semi-final here where we have Bruce Wakefield. We can see him. He's wearing his Commonwealth Games pants there. He's played for his country. Graham's played for his country, and so has Warwick and Linda. And on the other side of the draw, that other semi-final, it's all the up-and-comers, all the pretenders to the throne, if you will, the ones that are pushing a place and haven't got there yet.
And of course, the Wakefield Skellern combination will also be lining up next week at the Burnside Piers.
Yes,
that same combination.
Played a lot of bowls together.
We know, Linda Bennett is also she's part of the Waikato side, isn't she?
She is, yeah. Had a lot of success. She won the Australian Open disability singles.
Correct.
Maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago. That's a hard tournament to win. There were a lot of entries there. Has played for her country on a few occasions and certainly hard to beat. So with all the experience in the world in these four players, and it should make for a good game of bowls. The game that Flintoff and Bennett won previously came down to the last bowl. Kev.
I believe so, yes.
I believe that it was a drive shot played. Flintoff peeled off the shot bowl.
I was talking to the losers before, and it was right down to the wire.
I have run up a string line, I think. And Linda Bennett, very focused bowler on her forehand. So, looking to make a good correction. Very experienced. Look at this. That's good leading from Linda Bennett.
Very, very good leading. Right in behind the jack there to the centre line. It's on the jack, of course, is on the 2 metre mark. And, of course, Bruce Wakefield has played a few times. His brother as well, of course, been a very, very good player out of Johnsonville. And they've played together in various times as well. And his brother, winner of a New Zealand Peers title a number of years back.
Bruce willing it to hold, not to be. He's just recently, he's now domiciled in Timaru, I think.
Yes.
He's found a lot of success there early on.
Got the back of the jack on the way through.
So we see that other semi-final in the distance to the right. We'll endeavour to give some updates on that if we can as the tournament progresses, and remembering that there will not be a final played today, Kev. It's tomorrow as part of our Summerset Nationals Finals Day.
There's results coming in from all over the place from the men's singles and women's pairs, and I'm not going to try and give you those over the radio over this coverage, but all I'd say to you is please go to the Bowls New Zealand website, and as the results come in,
or they can tune in. What radio are you going to be on, Kev?
I'll be on ZB shortly with Jason Pine, and then I will be later on with Miles Davis again later on this afternoon.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that. It's good to get that sort of coverage. So if you can't make it to the website for whatever reason, you might be commuting somewhere, flick over to the right radio station and we'll get a good update through there.
Just confirmed it would be Miles Davis at 3:25. So
brilliant. And Graham Skellern playing a forgettable first bowl. Look to start again. It's been around for a long time. Skelly.
He has, of course, former New Plymouth boy, and was a fairly good tennis player.
And took up bowls after covering, was it one of the Commonwealth Games?
Correct. Absolutely. Could have been 1990. Could well have been. Yes, he come from a New Plymouth family. He's got 3 other brothers and a sister. And of course was His nickname, of course, was the Scribe,
Scribe, yeah.
because he worked in the journalist field for, and he's covered a number of international sporting events where New Zealand have been over the years. Actually, he's
Two forgettable bowls. Warwick indicating he's going to play the forehand to cover.
so. Is he from the Bay too? Where's he from? Warwick Flintoff.
I'll find out for you, Kev. That's Warwick on his forehand. I think a relatively new combination, Warwick Flintoff and Linda Bennett. Warwick going to the World Deaf Bowls later on this year. And look at that from Warwick Flintoff. That's two great shots.
Well, Graham Skellern's got to start doing some drawing instead of jack searching.
Yeah.
Getting the second shot's the ideal thing here, and if he does get the shot, that's actually a bonus. But really, he needs to be getting down to get bowls, and that's not going to. That's going to be line 3 shots here, I would say.
Yeah, lacking some weight. He'll be disappointed with that bowl. Poor bowl by his standards. He's a very competent bowler.
Was it 3?
And ordinarily very good under pressure. Linda Bennett stolen my idea.
She has. She's got the soaking handkerchief or cloth around the neck.
Probably looks a little bit more elegant than my solution, Kevin, but I'm not one to...
Fashion's on the field. Because I saw one next door here. Look, just there.
Oh, brilliant. I've started a trend.
It's
He says as if it's not something people have always done. And 4 now to Flintoff and Bennett. 18 ends will play, Kev. No time limit at this stage.
Jack's been lost, so he'll be back to
How many of those have we seen?
a lot. There's a really interesting point that you found out, Alex, about the jack that they're using relative to the weight, because it is different.
And on the charts here for Bruce Wakefield, Te Aumutu, Warwick Flintoff, which is where Linda plays out of, so they'll know each other.
Yeah, that's down in the Waikato.
And a jack delivery to the 2 metre. I didn't see if he moved the mat, Kev, did you?
No, I didn't. So there is 8 players out here present. So am I right in saying then that there are 3 Waikato players?
Yes, which is that's a very good percentage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Linda leading off on her forehand.
Now yesterday, the previous days, of course, we had rags, but it was wringing rainwater out. Now
It was what I would do for that temperature again, Kev. Oh, it's okay. We'll survive. The things we do.
It's certainly got a tropical heat in the, or humidity, I should say,
Yeah.
in the room where we are, the greenkeeper's shed.
There are no risk of freezing. We'll see these leads warm into their game as well, I think. Yeah, they've played some good bowls already, but certainly Bruce and Bennett have gears that they can move into, don't they?
Absolutely. And, although we call it the open disability pairs, we must remember that all of these players actually do play in normal competition, inter-club representative bowls. So they're very active players within their own centres and clubs. Graham Skellern, I'm never sure where he's played, whether it's Bay of Plenty, North Harbour or Auckland, actually. I'm never quite...
All of the above.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There's certainly, on this particular rink here, Alex, it's a very good run to the jack, isn't it? That last metre and a bit to the jack.
It's a beautiful rink, and we've had some players use it really well. If you think back to yesterday, and again, if you're feeling like you want to watch some bowls, yesterday's game where Taylor Bruce led for Claire Hendra is just an exhibition of how to lead, particularly from maybe end 8. the last 10 ends.
Yeah, about the midway stage.
Just incredible from Taylor Bruce
She
utilising
had,
this rank.
One end after that point where we would say she wasn't very good.
Yeah.
But other than that, it wasn't just one bowl, it was just a consistent delivery of bowls in and around the jack.
Yeah, staggering stuff. So it's allowed for some very good heads to develop this rink. It's a nice and quick rink. We've had a roll up on it, maybe 16 and a half. As you said though, Kev, it'll be getting quicker as it dries out. I mean, I know an artificial is undercover, but it is impacted by the weather, and it's not.
Absolutely it is.
It's not damp outside anymore. It's just warm.
No, it's damp in here from the humidity.
And other things.
Yeah.
As the skippers make their way back down to that end. And on the crossover, Bruce Wakefield's played 2 good bowls there.
Yeah, well, that to give him some confidence, because he did struggle the first couple of ends, and as we saw yesterday, those early ends, you can get a couple of good ends under your wing, and you're away, aren't you?
All right, Flintoff on the forehand didn't let that one go as well as he would have liked.
Certainly been impressive in the early stages.
Yes.
Linda Bennett's having a good look at this. She's pretty keen on this, is Linda Bennett. Have a look at this. Have a look at this.
He may not have let it go as well as he would have liked, but it's a perfect bowl. Great shot.
Front toucher.
We will see Graham's got 2 styles, I would say. You've got Graham, who's a very good draw bowler and can reach through a little bit, and then he's quite capable if the heads start build up against him. You get the Graham who has an extremely accurate and fast drive.
He does.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out at some point during this game.
To be fair, Graham has got the tendency, I'm not saying it's a bad tendency, but he sort of can play the game a wee bit unorthodox on the attack. But he's certainly got the full wardrobe of shots, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I've been on the receiving end of a few where Graham's hit more than he's missed, and it's a very hard man to beat.
So, falling short is Warwick Flintoff, and the biggest thing for Skellern Wakefield is I know it's only early stages, but win an end, get underway.
It's always nice just to start the scoring, isn't it? Just early on.
Get underway.
Within 5 or 6 points of your opponent.
He's giving this more green. This will work back towards the centre line.
How's your weight, Graham?
This will work all the way down, just more than likely needed. Just a metre more of running.
See, this is where if Warwick doesn't get a second shot on, Graham is the sort of bowler who would go, well, we've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And there's not a clean shot to remove the shot bowl, but surely I can hit something.
It's one of those scenarios where percentage you can lose one to get one type thing.
There must be a cannon on somewhere where you could split and follow through onto the shot bowl. So it's important that Warwick gets another one on the head, and that's exactly why Bruce has just called him up to the head.
Well, if he gives him a split shot here, he's going to go by the head. So he may not be.
He could set up a plant.
So yeah, there could be a split shot now down through there.
Yep.
2-bowl target.
Even if he got Warwick's last bowl dead square, there's a chance that the 2 bowls could disappear with no jack movement.
You wouldn't think that Graham Skellern's bowl is going to disappear out of the head with the amount of bowls that are around it. And now with that last bowl that's come in of Warwick Flintoff, it does give him the opportunity.
Yeah, we're going to see weight. Bruce asking if Graham wants to play on the backhand side. So as we said, that's because there's 3 or 4 of their bowls that could come into the head. That's why he would have asked that.
He's got to go quick.
And Graham's instinct will be to give it a smack on the forehand, which I think is what he's indicated. We'll see what he decides to do. This could be pretty impressive. And we talk about the start. Yeah, so he's looking at bowl at 12 o'clock.
Correct.
Dead square through. It's going to chip out the toucher. It'll disappear itself. You sit 1, 2, 3, 4.
You should consider the number of bowls here. It's
I reckon 4 if he gets it square. Graham won't be short here, Kev.
No, that's the weight I thought he'd play, but he's wide, out of the hand, he knew to.
Well, he wasn't short.
He knew as soon as he let that go. Now looking to see whether it's 1 or 2 is Linda Bennett. And we will see the umpire picking called a number of times in this particular game, and it's the most logical and sensible thing to do. And don't forget, please go to that Bowls New Zealand website to get all of those results as they come through in the headquarters. They'll be posted up on the platform, and you'll be able to get all the up-to-date results.
Yeah, absolutely. They've started pouring through now, Kev. There's a couple of ways to look at the results as well. If you click the draw button, it gives you the brackets, which is like a conventional,
Yes, there is.
Draw. But another quite interesting way, if you click matches on Bowls Hub, it literally just shows you who versus who and the scores through. And that can be, if you're trying to get through a lot, for example, if you're preparing for a radio interview, it's easy just to scroll through the matches because you can see all the players as opposed to trying to make your way through a draw. But multiple ways you can figure out who's done what, and those results are coming through, and they've been sets already.
Just the one.
Oh, yeah, that's all good. So 2 there, I think.
1, 4, 5.
1 there. Yes, because 4 and 1 is 5, isn't it, Kev?
Yes, gone are the days, though I'm still... I'm one of the old ones, I suppose you could say, as well. Alex, that still walks around with a notepad. And
it's effective. And our colleague Brendan just informing me, Kevin, that Kelvin Scott, the defending singles champion and a man I think will go very close to doing so successfully, has just beaten Finmar McGuigan, who was a skip of the semi-final, a losing semi-finalist a few days ago here at Bowls Orewa.
no, of course, Kelvin Scott, the defending champion of our last time the singles were held, where he won in Christchurch.
We're a man who's unlucky not to have played for New Zealand yet.
Don't start me.
Okay.
I am hoping by his selection now in the squad that's a starting spot, because in my view, Alex, he would bring what I would say he would solidify the whole. He would certainly solidify within that New Zealand squad his playing 2 or 3 in a fours team. He just brings that years of experience. He doesn't panic. A good team man, and I think that now's the time. Even though he's climbed up a few years, I'm hopeful that Kelvin Scott will be part of our World Bowls team later on this year.
It's one of the people I just enjoy watching play bowls, and you get ones around that, and particularly at the Nationals where there's so many good players. If you're a spectator, you can wander around, and there are players that are just enjoyable to watch. You know, they've got rock solid deliveries. They make good decisions. They find ways to win games, as all champions do. It's good stuff.
Well, it's a learning experience watching Kelvin play, trying to work out what hand he's playing.
I strongly dislike Kelvin as a commentator. It's challenging.
It is.
But it's always a good bowl that comes out of his hand.
Yeah, it is.
I just more than once I've gone, oh yeah, Kelvin's playing his backhand and it's come out on the forehand, or Kelvin's playing his forehand and it's come out on the backhand.
One of the really strong points about Kelvin Scott's game is that his weight control on, if you think in the middle of a fours team or a triples team, whatever, his weight control is, it's pretty good. He's very good, in fact.
Yeah, I agree. Bruce Wakefield here, settling down to his work. You're right, Kevin, the first couple of ends, a little bit looser from Bruce, but they're 5-0 down now, so they need to really, now's the end to score. Not because it's a panic station moment, it's only 3 ends have gone, but you want to score a point.
Well, you take the match in 18, you're taking 3 sections of 6, and you want to be, if you're 2 or 3 behind after that first section of 6, that's fine. But you don't want to be using the next 6 ends to be chasing to try and stay in the match sort of thing. As we watch Linda Bennett, it'll be shot. It is, just saw the indication there from her skip, Warwick Flintoff, indicating that is the shot. There's Wakefield.
On the forehand. Walking after this bowl. It's a nice track.
It's a nice line out there, Alex, down to the centre
Beautiful
line
bowl.
to the jack. And this is going to just pull up Jack low, but will be shot. Sits in front of the, right on the 2 metre, well, it's right on the centre line with the jack on the 2 metre mark.
Great bowl. Some spectators.
The Wheelers of Dunedin.
Lost a very close game in their quarter-final.
They were telling me about it in the clubhouse before that that particular encounter.
It was 15 all last end. And they did lose, of course, to this man here and his lead, Linda Bennett. Warwick. Flintoff on his backhand. Nice, reasonable, pretty good delivery, Kev.
Yeah, he just sort of, not saying drops it, that's unfair, just gets inside a wee bit close to the body at the finish, but you know, he's got a good solid stand on the mat.
He's
and look at
played
this.
some telling
Done it
bowls
again.
already.
Another toucher, front toucher.
Great bowl. Great bowl there from Warwick Flintoff.
Not that far away, just follow it down and try and draw on it or try the kitty.
Oh, that sounds pretty interesting.
Easy peasy. Graham on the back end. This shirt, of course, created by Dynasty Apparel, who are a sponsor of Bowls New Zealand. Graham here, down onto the shot bowl. He was
yes.
so close.
Very close, played some
Stay like
weight through the head,
Sorry for shouting, team.
but should
It was
give him a bit of a view to, because Flintoff, he'll be determined to get another bowl on the head.
certainly will. On the back end.
play again, just drawing it.
Play it again, he says.
Warwick Flintoff, of course, who played for the New Zealand Deaf Rugby team.
Now, good.
There you go.
So he's a dual international then, isn't he?
Yeah, the second, way back in 1992.
It's cool. It's a few, are there many, I suppose there isn't. Lots of sport people in later life take up bowls, don't they, Kev? Who've been
Correct.
Successful. He's done it. He's done it.
Well played.
Great bowl there from Graham Skellern.
Unlucky.
Dreadfully an unlucky result. Of course, Warwick now on his backhand. I'm not sure who's holding the shot. Linda using a bit of sign language, saying sort of, well, not sign language, but you know what I mean. Saying reach through to here. And Warwick on his backhand. Follow this one up. Looks like they're holding one potentially to 6 o'clock, which is Linda's bowl.
Oh,
Now, is there a plant?
No, we
Oh.
went down.
The one down, he
Yeah,
says. So
yeah,
Graham's
he's
going to
got-
come and have a look.
he thought he had the shot there.
Bloody hard to get at it, too.
I think there's a plant, though, Bruce, potentially. If you hit that front bowl of Warwick Flintoff's,
You think you will know.
your red bowl goes through.
You've been about that far too fast.
Maybe it's not on. They'll look for something anyway. Need movement. They're 5-0 down. Find a way to score. The plant at the front of the head and your thumbnail, it doesn't look too bad. It's going to get a wriggle off. You've hit that front bowl square. The red gets a wriggle off the blue, or whatever colour it is, and may straighten back up down to 6 o'clock.
He's got to be careful that he doesn't slice
Hmm.
his bowl out of the head.
You go now, you're going to promote your own one up there on the Lindy.
But
We'll promote me up.
I think they've made a decision. He said you can promote your own one or promote me, so I think they're looking for that. It'll be the weight that they choose that's intriguing here, Kev.
as you rightly said, Alex, Graham Skellern's not sort of frightened of using weight, but you've got to play the weight the bowl's going to hold up on that narrower line to get down to. See what weight he runs with here on the forehand is Skellern from New Plymouth Boys High School.
Just plain overweight. If it holds up, it's very close to something interesting here, Kev. You're trying to play the part. Needs it to hold. Needs it to hold.
And slide.
That's That's gone as badly as it could possibly have gone.
Unlucky, really. Played a good weighted shot.
That was a well-played bowl.
Yeah, he was. So he drops one more, 7-0 now, but really didn't. Unlucky to drop the other shot because
Didn't deserve to drop 2 there,
No.
Graham Skellern.
no, he did not.
But such is life sometimes. C'est la vie, it's what happens in bowls. Of course, Graham often plays pairs and has done for a long time with Mr. Brett O'Reilly, Kevin, who I think he's isn't Brett somewhere overseas at the moment?
Yes, he is. Yes,
It's the Oceania, whatever you call it, for World Bowls.
it's a meeting.
Just about said counsellor, but that's not the right word for him.
It's a meeting, Alex.
Okay. Doing some exciting stuff.
Yes, they played together, and of course, Brett in his earlier days as well did a lot of media work as well. Worked for some of in fact, worked in the parliamentary press gallery a number of years back, and yeah, they've been great mates for a long time. From their old days.
And setting off on the forehand. We will try and get an update of that other semi-final if and when we can for you folks. See how it's progressing. And Bruce on his backhand.
Just needs to hold up past this bowler, Linda Bennett's not going to do so. And really what Graham Skellern is really wanting now is he needs some bowls on the head. You know, some effective bowls on the head, because you've got a guy that's playing against you that's skipping, who's more than capable, as we've seen already, of changing the head around and
Oh, absolutely.
So you've got to put pressure on that. You've got to, put pressure on when that you swap over, that the pressure's going on that backhand player, because Warren Flintoff is certainly to date has been right on top of his game.
He certainly has. And it's not that Bruce hasn't been holding on the crossover on occasion. It's just there's been maybe a foot or two too much room to play with for Warwick. But Bruce has got brilliant weight here. If he can just make that correction, which he looks like he's on track to do.
Work now to the centre line.
These bowls, I find these bowls worse to watch than the because I've got multicolour bowls, so obviously they're fine. Now these ones, they always look like they've got a slight wobble on to me, Kevin, because of the way the paint goes around the running surface of the bowl.
I think you were there in Australia with this, Alex. Aaron Sheriff's got the worst. The psychedelic.
Oh, they are, yeah. That hurts my brain.
And you really don't know the weight. And they just keep rolling.
I can report that other semi-final, Steve Delaney and partner are 5. Wolland and Blackbourn are 2 after 3 ends of 18. So
early days.
They've barely begun that game. And we're on the backhand here for Bruce Wakefield.
He'd really like to lump one really on the jack.
So again, we have a time. I mean, Bruce, that's 3 good bowls, right?
Absolutely.
He's holding 3.
Absolutely.
But it's a very gettable shot for Warwick Flintoff. He's got room here to draw.
Well, what we've seen already with Warwick Flintoff is he's not worried about a metre, because that's really what he's got to draw. It's not as though he's got centimetres. And if he keeps that up of what we've seen earlier in this match, he'll take full advantage. So on the forehand is the former New Zealand rugby deft player from Te Aramutu.
On the forehand side, I was reading, which happens, through some of the Waikato Museum's got some history. I remember the name. There was a town, Kevin, you might know it, that they removed to put a dam. It got removed.
Yeah.
And it had a bowling club in it.
Mangakino.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Some lovely pictures of the Mangakino bowling club, the Waikato Museum history page.
Yeah, Mangakino. And that's where they're going to sit in here to count. Yes,
Skelly, great bowl. Pressure going on here. Holding the 4.
And that's where the great Robbie Robson started his bowls. at Mangakino when the power station was being built there, and then it all changed. They
Disassembled the entire town, didn't they?
Absolutely, yes. That was in the days of the infancy of the hydropower. Showed my age.
Warwick
isn't it?
Flintoff here is 4 down on the head, under all sorts of pressure. I'm very impressed with Warwick's bowls.
Well, as I said before, Alex, I'm not trying to preempt the situation, but he's one of those players where a metre to him is fine. And he's done that now. 3 ends he's done that. Going for the bolt is Skellern. He's wide of the target. He's had enough of this.
He let it go a bit early that time. Sort of out of his hand before it was trying to get out of his hand. He'll look to
Bit of
make a
frustration
correction.
that I think, Alex, as well.
Here we go. Warwick on the forehand. So what Graham's wanting Warwick to do is not to draw a second shot
Well,
here.
he's on the track.
And he's
on the track.
done that.
He won't mind if he moves the
Got a
jack.
feather of the jack.
Oh, went out to that side.
Nah, he's okay. Still holding one.
One, but it's taken that other shot away.
Yeah. Graham's instinct will be to we'll have a look at what the head looks like, because it may be that he can remove the shot bowl and the third shot bowl. And there we go. So we've got the shot bowl, which doesn't look like it is, in line with the 2. That's Warwick's one,
Oh,
halfway in
drive that.
between your screen. Drive that. You should get rid of Warwick's bowl, the red bowl of Graham's, and the toucher of Warwick's, which would leave a minimum of 1,
Maybe
wouldn't it?
2. Just to,
But you may as well.
he's not going to draw it.
And in the thumbnail we have a better angle there.
There we go.
So we're essentially looking for a staggered split or just Warwick's bowl clean. But that 3 bowl or 2.5 bowl target, isn't it?
But the good thing about Flintoff then, he changed over with nothing on the head. He's now got 2 bowls
Oh,
that are controlling the head.
he's done it a couple of times already in this game. Very impressive. Here we go. Graham Skellern on the forehand. On the forehand. He will not be short here, ladies and gentlemen. Praying for a result of any sort.
Got the jack kill.
I reckon that's gone out of the ditch.
That's
I think it went airborne, and we've lost Bruce.
there he is.
Oh, you take that. That's it. You know, he missed his target, but time to get a result. And it's sort of the karmic scale is a bit balanced, because we saw 2 or 3 ends ago Graham play a beautiful bowl and went from 1 down to 2 down. So maybe a little bit of it's about fair.
Look, you know as well, Alex, that you're standing there, you're skipping, and you're holding a very good head, and then the opponent comes along and just did what we saw with Warwick Flintoff. Here we go with the wandering jack again, and you sort of think, well, God, what's this guy going to do next? And,
Absolutely.
a bit of frustration in that drive as well.
And an opportunity to set the length. It's intriguing that they haven't made a more dramatic change. It would have been tempting for Bruce to pull the mat right up perhaps and throw the jack to the 2 metre. It's not that they're, 7-0 after 4 is nothing really, but you do just want to try and change the momentum in the game, and a way of doing that is to pull the mat right up.
Well, if we take that 3 sections in the game, 3, we're at now, coming to the end of section 1. 6 ends going to be gone, so now you have to be.
Yeah.
You've got to be in that next 6. You've got to be chasing, getting shots, because otherwise you're going to be facing a real, not saying possible challenge, but look.
Yeah,
First, we spoke about it, Alex. Our first bowl effectiveness, we saw it yesterday with Taylor Bruce, didn't we? We saw it. And from a coach's point of view, it's a coach's delight.
Yeah.
And talking to coaches, great to see Graham Rees up there with the New Zealand coach, marking up on the
Yes,
top green
yeah.
there today. It's
I think he qualified as well, Kev. So it would
oh,
have-
did he? Yeah, it was good to see him up there marking.
And he's
Oh,
in the,
well played by
be careful.
Wakefield. Going to be
Oh,
unlucky.
goodness gracious me. That is the sort of stuff that sometimes happens when you're 7-0 down, eh?
That's, you know, the back to you toucher.
Oh, that would rip your ration book, wouldn't it? Yes, no, Graham Rees, I think he might be in the final of the Burnside Fours as well. He's had some success on the bowling green recently, and him and Bruce were second in a Redcliffe's money tournament.
I saw that.
Cairns.
Yeah, that was a big money tournament, wasn't it? Yes, I did see that. By goodness, talking about Redcliffe's, what an amazing job they've done there.
Beautiful.
Post-earthquake and their latest sort of moves that they've brought about with the club and the local community. It's stunning, Alex, isn't it? And I'd say to anyone, go down to Christchurch, take a drive around the foreshore, go out to Redcliffe's, have a look there, and they've got it's a magnificent facility they've got there, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, there are some clubs in that region in particular who have had to find a way to recover from the quakes, which was obviously horrible for a lot of people and clubs and organisations and businesses and whatnot, and they've done such a good job. I was impressed. We were down there last year for the Nationals, and I had an opportunity to go to a couple of different clubs who've now been able to action the improvements and the rebuilding of the clubhouse.
They have been held back a bit, some, haven't they?
They have been, unfortunately, but they're getting there finally.
Well, we are going to see
and good stuff.
The big change with the Canterbury Bowling Club, with their move, which is literally in a city, and their move out to the famous Woolston, where it was headquarters of the Commonwealth Games in 1974, and I was there, Alex. and of course Woolston was headquarters for the Nationals on a number of occasions, and in front of it's got the lovely Woolston Working Men's Club, and now the Canterbury Club have had their earthquake payment, and they're moving out to Woolston, and there'll be a covered complex there, there'll be a covered green there.
Oh, brilliant. That's good to
Only
hear.
one in Christchurch, but yeah, there'll definitely be a covered one there.
Bruce Wakefield is close here, Kev. He's right on the line. Let's look at this bowl. When's it going to turn back in? Good bowl. Good shot.
And it's nice the Canterbury guys have invited me anytime I get down to Christchurch, which will be next week, to come out and have a look at what they're doing.
Oh, brilliant. At
building the new complex at Woolston. And that was earthquake. And Elmwood's the same, of course. You know, they got battered around with the earthquake, and they've had some rebuild done there. And well, it's a multi-sports club, of course, Elmwood.
Mark Flintoff on his backhand. Very calm demeanour.
Yeah, well, he has got a very...
Member of the Deaf New Zealand team going to the World Deaf Championships later on this year.
Where are they, Alex?
Overseas.
Okay, on a catch a plane.
Yeah, I'll ask Kevin Smith when he's in a little bit later on. And Graham here on the backhand.
Looking for the plant. He's going to go by.
Oh, great try.
Still there for him.
I feel like they've actually been close enough that it wouldn't surprise me if they just went boom and suddenly they've scored a couple of numbers in a row.
Sometimes one bowl can change everything around, Alex, can't it?
Of course, I'd feel remiss having a chat about the deaf bowling community if I didn't mention a man called Barry Kennard. Kevin, he played outdoor in Auckland and to a reasonable level, but was a member of the Auckland Deaf Society's indoor bowling team, and won 4 New Zealand Open titles. And of course there was a man called Sen Smith and his wife Kathy, and Sen Smith was the first person ever to get a gold star for Indoor Bowls Nationals, and he was profoundly deaf, as was his wife. So the Auckland Deaf Society contributed a lot to the indoor scene, and certainly it's a game that can be enjoyed by all, but a cool bit of history there.
Close here, closed. Touch on the...
Oh.
Well, one has to say that he's had 2 bowls where he's been decidedly unlucky, hasn't he? Because
he's been really close a lot of times.
He's got to the target on this end. Has Graham Skellern on with both of his bowls. He's got to the target.
All right, Warwick now. He's holding one on the head, appearing on the forehand side.
So I'll leave this commentary in a few minutes, a couple of seconds, and Alex will get Kevin Smith in here while I do a cross with Jason Pine on News Talk ZB.
Lovely. Thank you for joining us, Kevin. We'll see you back soon. Graham Skellern on his backhand. He's been so unlucky with his first 2. He's given himself another good chance here with this bowl. Has he got it 3rd time lucky? Is it 3rd time lucky? He's got the bowl. Great shot there from Graham Skellern. Well played. And that'll be the first point scored for the ledger of Skellern and Wakefield. 1-7 after 5. And they're going to measure for 2, see if they can double it. Here we go. As we see Bruce measure. Graham's bowl first. Conceding the 1, so it's 1 now to Skellern and Wakefield, and it's fair to say they've been a bit unlucky. Bit unlucky up until this point, but on the ledger, and we'll see a different length jack throw-in, I suspect. Bruce Wakefield putting the mat down, maybe 2 metres up from the 2 metre mark, and delivering the jack. First point scored. And joined now in the commentary booth by another Kevin Smith. How are you keeping, Kevin?
Very good. Top name that, Kevin, really.
It is.
Top name that, Kevin.
And good to have you here. So thank you for joining me. So you've got a malleable role at Bowls New Zealand, but you've spent time as the Para Bowls lead and have been involved in the creation of this open disability grade. Could you just talk to us a bit? Kevin Hicklin and I have tried not to, in case we say we don't get it quite right. Could you just talk to us a bit about the reasoning behind the creation of this and the amalgamation, if you will, of the differing Para Bowls?
Sure, thanks, Alex. It's I suppose we need to understand a little bit of context. So independently, the New Zealand Deaf Bowls, New Zealand Blind Bowls, and New Zealand Para Bowls communities are all independent organisations under the umbrella of Bowls New Zealand have been. And they all have their own national championships, and certainly under Mark Cameron's leadership the last 3 years we've had a vision impaired division at the Nationals, and we've had a para or physical disability section as well. And the deaf were not included, and so this development is really part of Bowls New Zealand's whole move towards increasing inclusivity as part of their whole approach. That this is a game for everybody, and so here this is the first time that open disability, anybody with a medical condition that affects their ability to participate in the game of bowls can play in this section. And there's been 3 players who come out of the woodwork who are not classified under blind, deaf or physically disabled, who came out of nowhere to come and play in this event, and they wouldn't have been taking part otherwise straight away. So this has been a really exciting development as we see Linda Bennett play another bowl on top of hers there.
Yeah.
Two great shots.
Good shot, and hopefully, as you say, Kevin, we see more bowlers understand that they are part of this para bowling community and participate more. Because I think something you said a couple of years ago when we first started having I think there was the B1 to 4 nationals in Christchurch.
Yes.
You spoke about players who may have developed side issues over time and not understand that they're actually eligible to participate in these events.
I think there are so many people around, bowlers and non-bowlers, who could take part in this open disability game of bowls we've got. As you're saying, bowlers who have played bowls for many years might be getting a bit older. Maybe there's been some vision changes, just thinking about that group. And in fact they think, oh, well, I can't see now so much, I won't play bowls anymore. But in fact, this is a whole new life. And this is a whole exciting community. The people that are here have had just the best time.
I love the community. I think it's a really cool to have a group of people who have an understanding of the challenges that life can throw. Like, Terry Blackbourn, who we saw earlier on, I've known her for a long time, and I'd say to her, like, I have no idea what you're going through.
Sure.
I can empathise, but I can't understand. I think it's great to have a community where there are people who can understand each other and enjoy their bowls.
Yes, it's going to be, so we see Graham Skellern go to the head of course. He's holding a couple of really good shots from Linda Bennett, and she's got a back one in there just being punched through. Maybe they're not his bowls.
He's got the kill.
Linda Bennett's got. Yes, he has killed it.
Yeah,
he has. It's gone
That's
out
fine.
of play.
So anything we said there doesn't matter now, Kev.
No, we're talking about the community rather than I'm getting the order of players mixed up here. Of course, Bruce Wakefield's playing with Graham Skellern. The whole issue of the people that are here having just the best and the fun time. Anybody can play. There are vision impaired players who are long-term bowlers, want to stop playing bowls, but they could play in this. There are people around with medical conditions think, I can't play anymore. Well, if you need to use a bowling arm to assist you playing bowls because you can't bend over and deliver a bowl, whether it's knees, hips or back, and if you think you have to give up the game, you could play in this, unclassified in terms of the para bowls, using a bowling arm because you are inhibited. And so there are people everywhere, people who are bowlers, people who are non-bowlers could come and join in and participate in this. So they're everywhere. I mean, I had a 13-year-old young fella. His grandmother was sitting beside me here at Orewa just the other day. Just happened to be sitting beside each other, and she's looking for him to play sport. He has some other challenges in his health, and she was looking at blind cricket. And I said, why doesn't he want to come and have a go at this? Have we brought him down to the bus? She's a member here at this club.
Mm-hmm.
And so they travelled out to Remuera the next day to come and see me, and we had perhaps 10 ends, and I taught him a little bit about the playing bowls. What was his comment about it all? That was great. And he now wants to come down with his grandmother and have a go here. Even if he comes down once a fortnight, once a month, his vision, he can see halfway down the green. And so, it's people everywhere in the community. I think one of the challenges, Alex, is for people, as life goes on and people develop physical changes to their health status, and they don't, and it's rightfully so, they don't want to think of themselves as this word called disabled, and what on earth does that mean? And being stigmatised. I don't think of myself disabled. If you talk to anybody here, they don't think of themselves disabled. They are who they are what they are, and certainly when I've been promoting blind bowls, we work on people's capabilities rather than disabilities. It's what people can do rather than what they can't do. And you look at the standard of bowls that have been played at this championship by this whole open disability group, and it's the same standard. They've got to get within a foot to get the shot or less, same as the open standard.
Yeah, it's been good. It's good. It's been good to see that group, and I think long may it continue. And I'm sure we'll see an increase in entries as time goes by. And of course, cool to see that we were able to broadcast the the final of the singles between Linda Bennett and Darren Wolland, who you can see to the right of your screen using the bowls picker upper live on Sky Sport as well, Kev.
Oh, it is there. So that was on there, that singles final, and we've had feedback from around the country is that people have loved seeing 1 bowls and 2 disability bowls on the television and live streaming mediums. It's great to see anybody can take part in this game, and if anybody's got any doubts about that, give us a yell, and we'll certainly encourage you. We'll put you in front of a friendly club and friendly people who would welcome you to be part of their community, and because anybody can come along and join in this game.
That's it. We can see on this end, Kev, sort of 1 close bowl and a couple loose-ish.
Yes.
From the leads. I think it's fair to say, I don't know how much of this game you've watched, 7-1 lead to Flintoff and Bennett. Skellern and Wakefield have been very close with a lot of bowls and haven't quite had the results they were looking for so far.
Yes. It's been fun to have an interest in both games there. I'm in a very privileged position to be able to watch the standard in this whole community. Look, all players around the place are playing bowls to a high standard, and what is interesting to me, I think, if you might remember back to the women's singles final, playing this way, playing in this direction, in the women's singles final, there seemed to be a bit more wind. There's no wind today, really, of note. But as they come to us, this bowl coming from left to right here, from our left as we view it, the heads were looser this way than they were going down the other way. Now, the track is really good track here, but they're not tracking around at all, but the heads have been looser here coming this direction rather than the other direction. Maybe there's something just in the way the bowls finish or not.
Yeah, I suppose the wind, you can see the wind blowing and that spectators hear there. I'm sure she'll appreciate me pointing that out. But the wind sort of does come past the club.
There's an open area.
Through there.
There is an open area. There's a bit of a channel there, and I just wonder if that's just impacting upon the bowls coming home a little bit.
It's cool to see that there are some chairs out for the players to use, Kev.
Yes, certainly one of the things about the para players is that, if you think about it, again, it's about people's capabilities. It's about also what people can cope with. And so for some, depending on what their challenges are, some people do need to sit down during games. And we see Bruce Wakefield sitting down there at the other end of the green. Terry Blackbourn that you referred to before, she was able to sit down because, being out on the green here, what are we doing here with Skellern just coming through the head, he's holding shot, but just ducked through a little narrow. Bruce Wakefield's holding at least 1 there. But it is good that the players can get some rest. Generally in international play, para players play 2 games a day, could be up to 3 hours. Sometimes it's 1 in the morning, even 1 at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or it might be back-to-back morning and afternoon play. But if it's 3 hours, because if you end up playing 3 hours a day, 3 games a day of 3 hours, up to 3 hours, that's 9 hours.
That's pushing
on your
it,
feet.
isn't it?
On your feet is pretty hard work.
I suppose the other point I would like to try and make is we'll just watch Warwick's bowl here. Is he cleared?
I think he's just underneath there, is he not?
Just underneath, so...
Bruce is holding on this angle. It certainly looks like 2 shots.
Yeah.
I haven't had the privilege of looking on screen to see how accurate that looks.
No, it's 2. There you go.
You're calling it for 2?
I would say so. I'll be surprised if it's not, Kev.
Well, you're the one that's calling it. I can see that with your knowledge and vision here.
I've been wrong before. I suppose the other point I wanted to make
Yes.
when we talk para bowls, and particularly the B5 to B8, which are the ones with physical challenges,
Yes.
is that they are not always things that you would see at a glance. There's lots of chronic illness and lots of invisible disabilities.
Oh, it's a huge point. People, as I've been working around with the group within the para community, people sometimes say to me, and without disclosing people's medical conditions, people say, what's their disability? And there are some people here, for example, who have an autoimmune disease, and they might have very high inflammatory markers as part of it. They might have very inflamed joints, for example. Might be part of it, but you see them walking up and down the green, and people say, well, what's actually wrong with them? I've got a sore back too. Well, Kevin Smith has a sore back too, and sore knees from playing rugby when he was a boy. But it's nothing like the functional changes that some of these people have. So they have... Pain is interesting. It's hello here. What's
Great bowl there
with
from Graham
Skellern?
Skellern.
Gets a wee slide off. Comes in for maybe 3. Warwick Flintoff is wanting to know, how many down is he? And Bennett, we let him know. It looked like 3 as we moved the camera away from there. So people might look like they're reasonably healthy, but people have in some cases, some quite serious chronic illnesses that does impact upon their ability to participate in this game. I think
Warwick Flintoff here. Sorry,
it's
Kev.
the slide.
What a bowl.
It just
Stop,
ran
she says.
through.
Oh, dear. Not quite enough.
I think he's just still 2 shots there
Yeah.
to Skellern and Wakefield, and they'll be pleased about that because it's 7-3 now, behind the 6th end of the 18. What you're saying, Alex, is also relevant, of course, to the blind bowls community, because on that other rink there, for example, playing the other semi-final is Jonathan Radke from the Papanui Club in Christchurch, playing with Steve Delaney, who's a B4 player from Stoke and Nelson, and Steve is the only player left from the blind bowls community in this semi-final stage. People look at Steve wandering around the green, around the clubhouse, and he can sidestep a chair and those sorts of things, and they say, what's his vision capabilities? Well, so a B4 player is to do with peripheral vision, and so you have to have less than 20% peripheral vision. So if people think about a B4 player, it's almost at times looking up 2 straws up the green, and that's what Steve is about. So he's strong on point to point, but in fact Steve probably won't mind me telling you that his without being very specific about it, his peripheral vision is a lot less than 20%. And so a B3, I'm sitting down in the shelter there. We're privileged today to have Helen Johnson, who's the manager of Blind Sport New Zealand, to come and visit to see us today, and she's sitting down there with Sue Curran. We're watching that game of Steve Delaney's, and Sue, of course, was the 75-year-old lady, the oldest in the New Zealand Commonwealth Games team. And I said to Sue, she's a B3 player, and B3 players generally can see anything from 10 metres up to the head, up the green, but there's no depth perception. So I asked Sue, that head down the other end there, can you describe that to Helen? She said, I can't see it. So because of this filtered light in this facility, a magnificent facility, as we see as we see Bruce Wakefield come in and draw a great shot in the pocket, but Sue Curran couldn't see the head down the other end, so her director, when she works with her, works at the mat end, of course, and gives her a line with her toe where to play to, and then has to communicate information. And then Kieran Wheeler's a B3 player, but his vision capability in B3, he can see about, lucky to be 4 or 5 metres from the mat, so he can't even see the head down there at all either. But Kieran can walk around the clubhouse in close range, within a metre or 2. He can safely negotiate his way around any building. We don't let him drive the car, especially not in Auckland.
Probably for the best, Kev.
Yes. So it's people look at this whole community, this open disability, and they think, well, I've got arthritis or I've got this. Well, maybe they could be, as we see Bruce Wakefield coming again, just stops a little short on the run. Maybe they could play in the open disability section, or maybe they're not. In this open disability section, there are no classifications. B1 to B4 is the blind low vision community. B5 to B8, as you've described, is a physical challenged area, people with physical challenges. And the New Zealand Deaf Bowls have their own criteria where you have to be 55% deaf to participate in their deaf championships.
It's cool that they're involved. I was telling Kevin Hickland earlier on in the stream, one of the most famous indoor bowlers of all time was profoundly deaf. His name was Zen Smith.
Okay,
and his
yes,
wife
I've heard of
Kathy.
him. Yes.
And he won 5 New Zealand Fours titles, 4 at Skip in the mid-60s to 70s, and then got the 5th title in 1989ish, and won the first ever National Gold Star handed out for indoor bowls.
He won the first ever?
It was part of the Auckland Deaf Society used to run indoor, and there was a very strong group of indoor bowlers through there. Some also played outdoor. A man called Barry Kennard played out of Point Chev.
I have seen his names and mentioned in dispatches as well over the years.
Yeah, so it's certainly...
It's a very
sticks
connected
in my
field.
mind.
Yeah, very connected field. You know, this indoor bowls, lawn bowls, and this open participation has been the players. The feedback from the players here has been that they've had a great time. They've enjoyed playing against different players. The B1 to 4 players can play against each other all
It's
the time.
not come at the expense of the individual organisations, nationals, has it?
No, well, they continue to play their own national championships, and so that's really exciting. So it's actually another whole championship they can play. The blind, the New Zealand blind community are going to Hastings in April to play their New Zealand championships. I understand that New Zealand Para Bowls New Zealand are going to New Plymouth playing at Paratutu in November, and the New Zealand Deaf Bowls have just finished theirs Labour weekend. And then they're off to the World Championships, of course, their selected team to participate in the World Championships in September as well. So they're all happening. But here when they've come together, they've enjoyed playing different players.
Yeah.
And one of the concerns about this tournament when it was first mooted was that is it a level playing field? And I must admit I had personal minor anxieties initially until I thought about it a little more. I wondered whether the blind players, the low vision players, could compete with the deaf and para players who were sighted. And let me tell you very clearly, they've played some fantastic games. They've been very competitive and many wins.
Warwick Flintoff here, and of course, I suppose on that note, Flintoff and Bennett, a very strong team, were taken to the final bowl of the final end, Kevin.
It was amazing. It's a brilliant example that you raise. So they're in front here, of course, of Skellern and Wakefield, who, in fact, as you mentioned very early at the launch of your program, that Linda Bennett, Graham Skellern, Bruce Wakefield have all played for Para Bowls New Zealand at various times, various events, and as we see Graham Skellern come in and sit Bruce Wakefield bowled, he's holding 3 shots. So Linda Bennett tells us that Warwick Flintoff 3 down on the head.
I have been really impressed with Warwick Flintoff's dead draw ability over this game, and under pressure as well, Kevin.
He's nailed quite a few. I
suspect we'll see him play on his forehand side then and give it a go. He's under all sorts of pressure here. Probably 2, maybe 3 down. I'm not sure if that bowl at 6 o'clock beats the 1 at 9 o'clock on your screen.
As you look at it. And in fact, your use of the clock there was wonderful, Alex, because that's exactly how we describe the bowls in the blind bowls community.
I think that's why I might have started doing it in the commentary. I can't remember.
The jack is the centre of the clock, and not a digital, of course.
No,
it has to be
could.
What is it? An analogue clock? Is
an
that
analogue clock? Yes, that's what they're called.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, here he comes. Is he a bit quick? Oh, I think he is. He's going to stay wide. He's going to tip that one in.
Fascinating that they didn't go for the dead draw there,
yes,
Kev.
I think he was really playing to sit these 2 that were over the head.
Yeah, that's a poor bowl by Warwick standards, and they're going to drop a number here.
Yes, they are. It might be that game might be close to 7 all or 7-6 when we finish this end.
And with all the momentum will be Skellern and Wakefield. Yes, no, on the clock face, Brendan and I were reminiscing about being involved in various blind nationals. I've gone to an indoor one that was held at Roscommon Districts 2 or 3 years ago, and I got partnered.
3 there.
3 there.
7-6 now.
6-7.
Yes, 6-7 it is. Sorry,
a lady called Susie I got partnered with. Just on the day I turned up to watch it and said, can you do it? I was like, okay, what do I have to do? And they said, well, it's a clock face.
Yes.
Cool. And they said, in an indoor bowls, and that's 24 feet long. So you tell them the length by the short tee is 1 and the spot is 6, because that's how many, that's the feet difference. So that's all you need to know. So you say, if the jack is thrown and you say a 3, that's 3 feet up from the spot, and you talk on a clock face. So I was this woman's guide, and we went through, and I won the women's national singles as a guide, Kevin. So
you won the women's.
That was as a guide. Well, I didn't do any of the bowling, but it was really exciting. It was a satisfying day.
But you talk about the important relationship between the director or guide. Sometimes internationally people have been called the coach, but really director or guide is the common language used, and the important relationship between the player and the director. And which really takes me right back, because we didn't finish that little story about Linda Bennett and Warwick Flintoff on the last bowl playing Glenn Hanneman, a B1 player with no vision at all, So that's what a B1 player is, and his skip was Kieran Wheeler, with his father Colin directing, and that's a very special relationship for the North East Valley Club in Dunedin. And both those players, Glenn Hanneman and Kieran Wheeler, with their respective directors, are going to be going to the World Championships for the Blind World Championships in the beginning of March. But they are a B1 and a B3 player, which is lower down in the more challenged, I suppose.
With the site.
And certainly challenged with the site. Physically well, both of them. But they had this fantastic match there, decided on that last bowl against Linda Bennett and Warwick Flintoff there. And so for and I can say the word blindies because that's how they refer to themselves, and I'm sort of allowed to do that.
You've been given special dispensation.
Yes, it's not discriminatory, I don't think. They are highly competitive, equal to the rest of the players of this field. Even though they're not fully... Steve Delaney's standing over there playing, and then I'm not sure what the score is of that match.
I can tell you, it's 8 points to Steve Delaney and 7 points to Wolland after 7 ends.
Okay, because in fact when I came in to support this commentary, I think it was something like 8-2 to Steve Delaney and Jonathan Redker.
It's going to be a close game.
The 4 players there, and I heard you commenting earlier about, they are all the up-and-comers standing over there, really. Terry Blackbourn's had an outstanding tournament, new player to the Para Bowls world. Jonathan Redker is a third-year player from Papanui Club, and he's a new player to the Para community. He's just been classified as a B7 player. Darren Wolland, of course, won the New Zealand disabled singles in Invercargill at their national championships just back in, I don't know, it was the end of November, beginning of December, there it was. And then he, of course, came here and won the singles as well. So all these people, and Steve Delaney himself is in the New Zealand team as the B4 player. So these are the up-and-comers. These are the challengers.
And look at this sorry, Kev. Look at this momentum here.
Yes.
That's developed for Skellern and Wakefield. It happened so often. We saw them. They were 7-1 down and frustrated.
Yes.
7-0 down and frustrated.
Yes.
Got one, and that's just been momentum building from there in that previous end on the 3. I think you want to stop the flow if you're Flintoff and Bennett and make sure you score again just to stop that momentum gathering any more steam.
Both Warwick Flintoff and Linda Bennett, of course, are excellent draw players, and Linda's a very good lead, of course, up against a very good lead in Bruce Wakefield. But they just need to get a little fraction tighter again, and this game could go anyway. It's a long way to go. There's only 8 ends played of the 18 at this stage. And of course, as you may well have mentioned earlier, Bruce and Graham have played a number of times together.
Yeah.
And so that teamwork in this competition, may well what's going to make the difference at the end. Because this is the first time that Warwick Flintoff and Linda Bennett have played together. It's an absolute screamer.
Great shot there from Bruce Wakefield. It's interesting if you watch the way Bruce holds the bowl, he often puts a cant on it.
Yes.
Which makes the bowl run slightly differently to what you might expect. But he does the same thing every time. I remember Bruce was part of the Para Bowls team on Bowls 3-5.
Yes, he was.
I think they took us apart in the first game, is my recollection.
Yes.
And he let his bowl go with a cant, and we were all playing with XGs. And by cant, I mean, if you watch it carefully, it sort of leans out and then leans back in again, because he cups the bowl on the side.
It takes a moment before it gets fully on its running surface.
Yeah, and it just I couldn't figure out what green he was taking, because not only was he left-handed, but this cant on the bowl.
Exactly.
Absolutely took us
a
apart.
very good bowl there from Linda Bennett. She comes in, she's possibly still 2 down on the head. There's a player I want to mention there that you talk about people with different deliveries and so on and so forth, and you might not have even been alive when Morgan Moffat won the New Zealand fours with his team of my brother, in fact, was Brian Smith, and since passed, Morgan Moffat's passed away, Sonny Calder has passed away, and Ken Watson, who's still thriving in Nelson, but Sonny Calder, who had many centre titles in Southland, many centre titles in Canterbury. Sonny Calder used to cup his bowl across his hand on the running surface, and he'd almost dump it, for want of a better phrase. And he was a greenkeeper. He set the greenkeeping standard in Christchurch. When I started playing bowls 50 years ago, he was brought up by Linwood from Bluff to come and do the greens, and then he became the maestro of greens in Christchurch. But Sonny Calder always dumped bowls, but he did the same thing every time. and it didn't matter in his line that he was taking. Sonny was a magnificent draw player, put bowls on the head all day, marvellous player.
And there's a few different ones around. Great bowl there by Graham Skellern. Look at this momentum that we see building
this
here.
Momentum, really important.
And Warwick Flintoff on the back end, which is interesting. Must just be what he sees from his end of the mat. Very deliberate bowler, Warwick Flintoff. We've seen him play some lovely bowls.
We have seen him play some lovely bowls.
He must be looking to go around or through Linda's bowl. He's played that with...
He's just a shade wide and quick. Is he just going past? He's a bit heavy. He's come back to the centre line, but he's actually got to right to the ditch, I think.
Yeah, interesting, because we saw his last bowl on the previous end miss the head wide, Kev, with weight. And I wonder if he's just finding a way to settle himself back down. Graham Skellern letting that one go with a bit of a bounce. It's not going to trouble the head.
No, that's it's going to stay a bit wide.
And yeah, I think Linda calling Warwick to switch to the forehand and just draw a second shot.
He
and
wants
Warwick
to go
saying,
faster.
I would like to hit it.
There's a brilliant example there of a deaf player trying to communicate, and she's wanting him to draw on the forehand, and Linda's trying to tell him they've never played together, certainly at this level. And she wants him to draw to add to the head, because, as you said, relying on his skillful player as a draw player, can play attacking shots as well. He's conceded to her, and he's going to try and draw the shot down the forehand.
Very good.
She's giving it a bit of a clap, so maybe the line's good. It's just how far is it going to come home?
Look at this from Warwick Flintoff.
Just might drift past. He got a hold of Bruce Wakefield's bowl.
Oh, he was...
He's still 2 down. Oh, fine bowl from Warwick. They've got a bowl each.
I think Bruce Wakefield may have indicated that they're down to that.
Did he say that? But it was interesting because Linda...
Oh, they're both going for a...
Bruce is saying if you can rest that bowl there, you might make 4 of it. So,
to be fair, Warwick was on the heavy side with that bowl and got a very good square connection.
He did get a square connection. Well, he was mattling through, or maybe a touch more. When you're down on the head, you're certainly not going to gain anything by being short of the head. It's hard to score shots when you're short of the head, so he gave his bowl a full chance.
I tend to agree, and he was right in the area.
Yes,
so
he was in the area.
Bruce has asked Graham to play through the bowl at 12 o'clock on your screen, which is Warwick's bowl that's sitting sort of up and down.
I hate to get you to tell me the time. As we look on the screen, I'd call that out to about 2 o'clock. It's out that way.
Well, 2 o'clock from...
The 12 o'clock is Bruce Wakefield as we look on the screen at the moment, up and down the centre line.
Okay.
We won't let you direct blind bowls.
I probably wouldn't do a very good job based on that.
It's all good.
I'll keep trying. I'll keep trying, Kev.
We'll see how Skell goes this. If we can lay this bowl down, there might be a handful of shots trying to press this bowl down.
Here we go. Skellern on the forehand, willing it to turn back, and he's got the perfect weight. Doesn't have...
Well, maybe he was a shade quick, perhaps, because it didn't allow it to turn. You know, that's the debate, isn't it? You know, play this with the right weight. Is it too fast? Or did he have... was he too wide with that weight?
There's always either weight or green, and I suppose as long as it works, you're right, aren't you?
Oh, it's good when you get it right.
Yeah.
For sure.
Linda, I thinks they might be holding 1.
Really? She initially indicated when the bowl settled that they were 2 down, but will be interesting to see what the outcome is. He's looking like he's playing back down the backhand here, so maybe he's trying to rest those bowls that he was doing before.
He does.
He only seems to have 1 bowl in the head, so he wouldn't be tight and heavy. Anything, maybe a mat length over the draw might get him there. He's coming down the backhand, he looks shade wide for resting. But Linda's clapping again. Maybe it's a dead draw. He might dead draw sit these bowls of Bruce Wakefield.
I can't see it turning enough.
Came back to the line perfectly well, but maybe a yard too fast.
Well, Kevin, on that note, I'd like to thank you for your stint in the hot box, and you may now go out into the fresh air.
It is a hot
I've
box
enjoyed
this, commentary here. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll hand over to the other Kev, who's much more used to being in this chair.
Yeah, sounds good. So we see the players just measure for shot selection. And I can tell you who the last 16 are in the women's pairs. We've got to that point now. It's Bronwyn Stevens and Ange Francis playing Dale Rayner and Karen Guilford. Janine Noble and Robin Shiska will play Gayleen Tikanua and Trish Crute. Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker are playing Amy McElroy and Selena Goddard. Ashley Jeffcoat and Kimberly Hemingway are playing Tina Atkinson-Watt and Bri Atkinson. Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce are playing Karen Hemmer and Kirsty Hill, and that will be the matchup of the round so far. That's an incredible matchup there. Lisa Dixon and Lauren Mills will play Sue Whiteman and Anne Muir. Diane Strawbridge and Karina Cooper will play Karen De Jong and Deb White. And lastly, a team that we featured on the stream yesterday, Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims, have made their way through to the last 16, and they will play Sharon Ritchie and Andrea Gray. And you can find all that and more on the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, all the results.
The big result there, really, Alex, was the Dale Rayner defeating Mandy and Angela Boyd. Dale Rayner and Karen Guilford. That win, because on my book down here they were up against Mandy and Angela Boyd, so that was a good win from them. And I can tell you that Mike Small gave his son a belting.
I saw that.
I'm not going to say the numbers were, but let's just say Dad kicked more goals, that's for sure.
Just letting him know who's still in charge.
Absolutely. And I can tell you up on the top green here, Mike Galloway is still in action up here. Raymond Martin has departed the scene as well. He's been he got beaten, and of course Robbie Bird defeating Seamus Curtin and Kelvin Scott defeating Finbar McGuigan. The couple of results that came through while I was talking to Newstalk ZB.
Oh, thank you for that, Kev. An exciting day on the greens, and it's great. I'm chuffed that there is sun. I'm not chuffed that I'm at a greenkeeper's shed whilst there is sun, to be honest.
So all I look at right now, Alex, it is 2 o'clock. I've got to talk to Miles Davis. That's an honour. I don't know what, shortly. So that'll give me a wee bit of out time, I suppose, away from this heat that we've got here. But let's hope that you're out of here by, within the next hour and a bit.
Maybe we could just call this game a draw and move on.
Actually, I more than likely won't be talking to Miles Davis. I've just lost my phone somewhere.
Oh, well, that's not helpful.
Can't be far away. I'll just go for a scout, I think, because
Yeah, it's fine, Kev. I'll let you pop out into the fresh air for a second, and we'll watch this end.
Yeah, it is over there.
Now, Skellern and Wakefield have done a really good job of fighting their way back into this game. There was a time when they were 7-1 down and looking a bit frustrated, but through good bowls have got themselves back to 7-all. Flintoff salvaging a good head on the previous one. It'll be interesting to see if the momentum switches back around.
Well, Alex, it's about as well. We spoke about, if we take the game into 3 sections of 6, if we look now, we're into that second block of 6, 6 to 12, and we've seen the Skellern combination win their way back into winning this to date, winning this second block, which brings them to 7-all at the halfway mark. So anybody's game.
Yeah, that 3 sections of 6 is a really good way to manage a game as you're playing it, Kev. You can have a look. I usually like to sort of bracket my scorecard up, and you can see if you're winning more ends or losing more ends. And
absolutely,
if you've played 6 ends and you've won one of them, something needs to change, doesn't it?
Oh, it was to me, when I first started playing bowls in Taranaki, it was one of the great things of John Murder, the great Murder. That was one of John's always philosophies when we were playing, either club staff, representative, whatever it didn't matter. You divide the game up, and it's just, you don't always, you're not going to win every end, but let's just, and it's a good way to adopt your whole game management, I think.
Absolutely. And Linda Bennett there drawing a toucher, but it wasn't a resting toucher. The Jack ran away from her bowl a little. And back to Bruce Wakefield. So Bruce on the forehand with that cant on his bowl. Looking to get it back into the head. Not going to be a million miles away here, Bruce Wakefield. Graham giving it a look. And it stopped.
And Mike Galloway, he's in action out here. It's just the one game that's going on out here, and that's Mike Galloway.
Who's he up against, Kev? Sorry.
I'm sure it's a point shift guy.
Steve
Oh,
Hoff.
there's two games out there, actually. Steve Hoff
Steve Hoff. They will have played each other a number of times, Mike and Steve.
and what's his name? Thompson is playing Riker Gregory.
Nick Thompson.
Nick Thompson, yeah, he's playing Riker Gregory. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to show my bias, but go point Chev in the singles. It's
Yeah,
my
well,
club. I would get in trouble if I didn't say that, Kev.
well, they're both point shift, aren't they? Both of those two?
Yeah, they are. Yep. Yeah. The Pirates.
Imagine, you don't know. I see now Jordan King's now Mount Albert, is that right?
Is he?
I think that's what I said.
I thought he was a member of Point Chev.
Oh, I don't know. Look, they just, yeah.
Well, they've played in a couple of our club championships anyway, Jordan and Chris. Good to have them on board. Chris Lowe, of course, one of the most talented bowlers I think I've seen.
It certainly was. Well, is, not was, is. So Graham Skellern just trying to drop past the bowl of Linda Bennett. Had perfect weight to do so, just more than likely a bowl narrow. And here's well, he's unflappable, this Warwick Flintoff. He just gets down, plays his bowl.
Looks absolutely calm. You know, there was a time when Chris was playing a little bit more bowls, sort of pre-pandemic, I suppose. And it was shared between sort of Chris Lowe or Mike Galloway was going to win the Auckland titles. And that's sort of how it worked in some mighty battles I was fortunate enough to witness between those two.
Yes, Chris was one of those players where he just never went away. He very, very he's a tough opponent. So Graham Skellern with his second bowl, just missing with his first, holding the one shot, just going to go by. The bowl of Bruce Wakefield's would be the shot bowl. And got to compliment Graham Rees, he's still up there on the top green marking.
Is he?
Yes.
Good on him.
Yeah, he's still there in the... He's complaining about the heat. I said, well, come down and come and see us for a few minutes, mate.
I agree. We'll just watch Warwick's bowl here. He's got 3 claps. Now, needs to get down, says Linda. That's classy there from Warwick Flintoff.
He's impressive.
Classy bowls. Under pressure too. A couple of other matchups in the men's singles, mostly down to the last 32. Kev, David Clark and Peter Sain are playing. They would have known each other back when David started his bowls in the late 90s in the Auckland scene before he moved to counties. I'm sure they've had many a battle.
There'll be some, let's say, some questions asked during the game.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. And Tony Grantham and Phil Skoglund are playing as well.
That'll be a good game, that. Skoglund's a very good draw player, and he's got, he hasn't played very much coming into here, but he's got a few games under his belt, got through section play quite easily, and very, very good draw player. And that'll be that. I wouldn't like to try and back a winner there, to be fair.
It'll be a good game, and that's at Glendowie Bowling Club. If anyone wants to pop down and have a look at the Glendowie Bowling Club, that'll be a good game to watch. Gary Lawson and Aidan Takarua.
Another good game.
Be a good game, and as we said before, we've got Nick
Is
Thompson.
that it also at Glendowie?
That is at Glen Eden Bowling Club.
Glen Eden, well, the opposites, isn't it?
Sort of
east and west.
One or the other.
Yeah.
That lovely Maniatoda they have up there. And Shannon McElroy and Aidan Zitterstein playing in the last 32 as well.
That game of Philip Skoglund and Tony Grantham will be an interesting game because, as I say, though Philip Skoglund is not really playing a lot of bowls, as Skellern trying to get to the jack, jack clean, gets it round the corner. What a bowl, and there's a bowl sitting there of Bruce Wakefield's, the green spotted bowl, last bowl of the head.
That was magnificent.
That's a 3. I can't see anything else but 3.
I think there's one bowl. Is there one bowl to come? Must be one to come. Is it 4?
Well,
possibly not.
Now this man is unflappable.
Yeah, I mean, I would be unsurprised if he was able to draw the shot here. And
I would not be surprised.
it'd be a knife to the heart, because when you play a shot like that, it's Graham Skellern. He's played a so difficult, trail the jack bat for 4. You think, come on.
Well, he had to come through the port to get to the jack,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Miss and let me get a number. I've played a good bowl. But Warwick Flintoff on his backhand. 7-all here on the 9th end. Look at him, absolutely calm on the backhand. Out of his hand, smooth as you like. Now, let's see. Let's see where this bowl ends up. It looks on the tight side.
Well, depends where that line goes.
Where is it in relation to the jack? Here it is. Good weight.
Ah,
That was
yeah,
good
great weight again. Didn't save anything, I wouldn't suggest.
And 4 there, and that's a massive end in the context.
Well, I'll come back to my 6 end blocks. And this is Skellern's now owning the second 6. And, you know, he now jumps out to a 3-shot lead. Now they've just got to, not got to, but it's a matter now of making sure that you don't drop any numbers and just build on. And sometimes, Alex, as you well know, playing one shot can just be the confidence booster. We've seen Graham Skellern have a couple of very unlucky run shots where he's actually got the target but didn't get the result. But there we saw him, he got the result clean, straight through, got the jack, and can just be the, you know, the run home you need type thing.
Yeah, and a bit of class there, I think, and showing their experience. I mean, if we cast our minds back to about an hour ago when the shed was just as warm as it is now, Graham and Skellern were 7-1 down and looking a bit they were beginning to look a bit frustrated.
They were.
We saw some frustration happen, and they've stuck in there, played some good ends, and find themselves now 11-7 up, Kev.
Well, we saw Graham Skellern with 3 bowls on 1 full-length head. Literally played 3 perfect bowls and still didn't get a result. So it wasn't as though they weren't playing badly. They just couldn't get it going their way. And, you know, in no way at all is Warwick Flintoff and Linda Bennett out of the game at all. But it just gives that turnaround. But Linda Bennett, being the player she is, we just see that experience. And there it is, just draws in behind the jack. As of course, we saw Bruce Wakefield fall short, fall lower the jack on the forehand.
And Bruce on his forehand side now, looking to make a correction. Lovely green from both these players, although on opposite hands. That's a nice correction there from Bruce Wakefield. A good bowl.
Graham Skellern likes his piles. It comes right to the centre line and gets. That's a big applause from Graham Skellern.
I was going to say, he got three claps. You should be so lucky.
That was very generous.
And Linda here on the forehand. I used to think I was, well, I thought I was funny, but I wasn't, Kev. Playing indoor with my leads, I used to clap the first ball that they let go, as they let it go, because you think, oh, you're going to keep it on the mat. But I learned very quickly that sometimes you clap your leads bowl when they let it go, and it either goes off the side of the mat or the back of the mat.
Correct.
And then it becomes no longer funny, and actually you've just been quite unkind to your lead.
Well, you would know, Alex, you've been at some of the events in Australia, and you know the only thing the Australians don't clap in bowls is the national anthem, because every bowl that they play is a good one, and it gets clapped, and it's just the way they play the game. It's, you know, and it's interesting now from a New Zealand point of view, and you saw this other year when you were over there with me, is how the Australians will go out of their way to try and quicken the. They play the game very quick.
They do,
and they'll try and get you to. They would
go at their speed.
Try and get to go at their speed, and it can be very daunting. And then, you know, as I say, they're clapping the ladies in the kitchen all day, and anyone else that wants a bit of applause, they'll give it. And very active on the green, Alex, aren't they? You know, and you watch an Australian fours or triples team play, and man, they certainly G it up.
It's something that Kiwis look at and we go,
yeah,
no,
yeah, we've avoided it. Yeah, we have avoided it, but their gamesmanship, I will give them. Their gamesmanship, it doesn't matter what the sport is, it's
very good.
They're very good.
Yep. Yeah, Graham Skellern here on his backhand side. He's taken that 11-7 lead. He's played a couple of really good bowls in the last couple of ends. He's got another good head here set up from Bruce Wakefield.
Just will he come back with his bowl to where those two are? No, he won't. He's... I was just wondering, Alex, with Graham Skellern's bowls, whether he will get that pull around that front bowl of Linda Bennett's to get into the counting area, and that being the case, interesting that we've seen Warwick Flintoff go to the forehand where it's an open head, so to speak. Now he's going to be narrow.
Oh,
he's had a couple of those actually. He's had a couple of.
Linda asking.
Interesting. See there with Bruce Wakefield saying to Graham Skellern, let's get on the other hand.
Good call there too. Nice open hand on the forehand. Gets low to the ground. Graham. And let's watch this one. How much are you going to hold up? He asks. And does not receive on the tight side there. And I think the screen sped up a little bit, Kev.
Oh, I think these conditions, I think it was. I said before that I thought it was going to get another second out of it, at least. And I think that is the case.
All right, Flintoff here. He was a bit tight with his first bowl, so he has made a correction here.
Yeah. He thinks he's wide. And this is what we're talking about, the changing green. He thought he was wide.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the green just changing around a wee bit. It was perfect.
It was. Oh, let go with a bit of a wobble on that one, Graham.
That's no.
I think, well, what he isn't, he's not narrow there, is he?
So, okay, 11-7. I'm one down. Do I play through the bowl? I've got one behind.
We've seen him indicate that he's happy to play with weight already.
He's got a bowl on a direct line back to the... You can see the other bowl in behind there.
Bowl or jack on the forehand.
Yeah, I'd be definitely having a look at that.
Yeah, I think he's winding up. It's looking like he's winding up here, Kevin. Bowl or jack on the forehand side. He's trailing 7-11 in this game. They haven't scored for a while. An opportunity here. On the forehand side.
I thought he'd be quicker than that to get that.
Okay. A reaching weight to it. He's still close. He's close here, Kev.
He is close. He's very close. In fact, he's closer than close.
He's got it.
He's closer than close. How good was that?
That was unbelievably difficult to play. And a very, very good bowl from Warwick Flintoff there.
Well,
the longest route to that bowl that he could possibly have taken.
He did too.
And did it beautifully. There's actually, he may have been unlucky to have not sat Bruce Wakefield's bowl there. You can see sitting up down 1 for 3.
But that was really well played, wasn't it? Full length head, jack on the 2 metre mark, green running about 16 and a half, 17 seconds, and you know, most people would elect to try and give that some sort of weight all the way through to the ditch, but he just played with reaching draw weight and was duly rewarded, and now measuring is at 1 or 2. Well played by the Waikato skip, and it's always good, Alex, to watch a game and see shots like that come off, well, not come off, be delivered, because there's absolutely no luck, there's nothing whatsoever. It is just perfectly played.
They're pretty to watch, aren't they? And very skillful.
2 shots.
And that's good stuff there from Flintoff and Bennett. 9-11 now.
3-shot turnaround.
Yeah, good shot. And Linda, where will we see the jack thrown? I wonder.
Matt's back. I would think if Matt's back, we're going deep.
And an update from the semi-final: 11-8 to Steve Delaney over Wolland after 10 ends of 18. So 3 the difference there with 8 ends to go. That's anybody's semi-final.
Halfway mark and 2 metre mark. Is it going to stay up? Is it staying up? Yes, it will. So we're 2-2. You hear that?
Hard to control
Hard
the
to
jack.
control the jack.
She's not wrong.
I must admit, Alex, I've never seen changes in jack deliveries as much as I've seen here in the last 2 days on this.
It's been the only thing that's been a bit unusual about this Orewa surface, which is beautiful to play on, takes a nice green, fantastic facility, but it just seems to be that people can't stop the jack on it.
Yeah, it's lovely opening bowl by Linda Bennett. But Taylor Burris, when she spoke to me after the game yesterday, she said, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't, and I said, well, I consoled her by saying, well, not consoled her, but I said, well, it's been happening all day.
It's not a unique problem.
It's not unique.
And Linda Bennett leading off beautifully with her first one there. A great first bowl. And Bruce Wakefield getting down onto the jack. He's moved it a little bit, but what do they call it? A slice of hell.
Yes, gave that straight line behind the bowl. Makes the jack a wee bit sort of invisible. And you'd have seen then Linda Bennett going out to the side to get a vision of where that, to visualise where that jack is and where it needs to get to the breaking point, because the jack's now about a foot off the centre line. And she sent the bowl out. Well, it's just going to be that weight that's going to, hasn't got the weight to get to that area, but certainly had that line, and I think it's forced Wakefield to play the other hand, really. I think there's too much tangles there in front.
Just, yeah, on the, was he on his back end?
Yeah, you don't want to get in tangle country at this stage of the game.
Got to play this perfectly, Bruce Wakefield. Oh, panic stations.
Well, that's what can happen, as you well know. You put the weight on to try and get around the bowl or get underneath the bowl. You know, I personally just think that second shot on the other hand, nothing in your way.
Would have been tempting, wouldn't it?
Well, what we've got to remember is that it's what you leave for the skip to have the opportunities of. That's the, now, to me now that hand's gone.
Yeah, I expect.
Yeah, you're still just drawing. Okay.
Oh, so. Oh.
I think there was a slight miscommunication with the second bowl.
I think so, Alex. Yeah.
Bruce Wakefield on the back end. Now this one has some promise, Kev.
Got to get the port.
It's got some promise. It's a very hard bowl to play, but he may have played it. Let's watch what it does underneath, around. Well, good bowl regardless. That was a hard shot to play there.
Very hard shot to play, but it does now, in my view, it does leave the other hand open now for Graham Skellern to play down, because it's hard to get the jack movement on the hand where Bruce Wakefield just played.
Let's have a look at this.
And don't forget, people watching, you want to know exactly what's going on around the greens of Auckland, because we just found out a few moments ago we're on the North Shore, we're in Glen Eden, we're at Glendowie, so we're certainly all around the greens of Auckland. So just go to the Bowls New Zealand website and you'll get the guidance there and go through, and you can get all of the up-to-date results of both the men's singles post-section play and, of course, the women's pairs post-section play.
Let me see. On the forehand side, Warwick. Oh, just slightly overplaying. Now, Graham Skellern's turn to try and put a bowl close. He's not far off. If he's could rest this one of Bruce Wakefield's.
If you're going to play with that weight, really, Alex, you've got to be playing down the line underneath to get to the jack, because you're not going to draw the shot going down there like that with that weight.
Could have gone better there for Graham Skellern. And we see Flintoff again on the forehand side. It's been a seesawing game. They started off, they were 7-1 up. Then they got a bit sort of stuck in a rut, so to speak. They got stuck. They didn't get really past 7. It was 7-all. Then we saw Skellern and Wakefield extend their lead, and now Flintoff and Bennett on the comeback trail again, trailing 9-11 in this game of 18 ends. We're on the 11th, remember, 7 to go after this. And Skellern on the forehand again. He's just waved his arm. I don't know what that means, but I suspect it's not positive. And we see this bowl.
It was on that outside line.
That's wide. Be careful here, Skelly.
Well, you're leaving the door wide open now.
It was a poor bowl.
David Motu into the last 16.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Came from 15-4 behind to run out the winner 21-20. So, well done to the youngster. Did he play at Ellis? I don't know where he plays.
I think he's another one with a couple of different home clubs, Kev.
Yeah,
Beating Sheldon Baggery Howley to win 21-20 in that singles game. A very good win there from David Motu.
Well, these are the young players of the future, aren't they? And
you always got to have the different generations challenging not only each other but the different sort of whatevers. That's what we see. It's what I enjoyed about seeing Peter Doreen on the stream a couple of... When did we do that, Kev? Day one?
Day one or something, yeah.
It's one of the smalls. You know, that's a different generation of bowler, but you come to a Nationals and you're going to get good bowls.
And played well.
Mm.
Now, to me, I don't want to be critical, but that, in my view, that head was badly played when you're in front.
I'll look back on that and be disappointed, I think.
Because it's a matter of, second shot. Let's get second shot and then try and go for it. But they had a situation where after sort of charging it, they finished up with not having a bowl really within 3 feet.
Mm.
And could be 3 down.
We might see.
Yeah,
we see the lead change again. 12-11 to Flintoff and Bennett. Incredible stuff here at the Open Disability Pairs semi-final.
Just talking about those younger players, Alex, in Mike Kernahan's role, it would be great to see some of those stable of youngsters brought into, I'd say, the Kernahan management camp, because I'm sorry, people aren't going to like what I say, but that's actually what they need, because there's a danger, as we've seen with so many young players here in Auckland, especially with talent, that they climb Mount Everest before they've actually, got halfway up the sugar loaves at New Plymouth. And if they've got the ability, they need some mentoring, and to me, that's where Mike Kernahan can play such an important role in nurturing these younger players.
Yeah, certainly, and we have these coaches that have been around for a long time and understand what it takes and how you need to be. And Linda Bennett throwing a short jack here.
Interesting change of length.
At 12-11. It's always interesting, isn't it? Because you, by definition, have to have broken the momentum to score some points. But they just scored a 3. So then you're like, well, do I keep throwing that length where I've just scored a 3 on, or do I change it up?
I'd have been staying where they are, actually.
And Bruce Wakefield here. This is a good first bowl from Bruce. Very good first bowl.
But we did see, though, Linda Bennett equal to the occasion after delivering the shorter jack.
Just giving this bowler a look. How's your... Oh, the green. It is freeing up just that little bit. And a good weight, but didn't have the line. She knew the moment she let it go that she was a little bit tight.
So David Motu, how old's David Motu? 15?
14 or 15, very young, him and Liam Hill. Been sort of making some waves on the Auckland or Bowls Auckland centre events the last couple of 3 years. I think Liam Hill made a semi-final of the Auckland singles maybe 2 years ago.
Now that's, I don't talk about families, but that's Kirsty Hill's son.
Yes.
All right. And the other boy that was playing yesterday is Jamie's boy as well.
Yes.
I presume.
Yes. A great family dynasty there, the Hills. All very, very talented bowlers. I watched Neville, I think I mentioned it yesterday, who he didn't qualify, he got 3 out of 6, but Neville Hill Bones played John Gray about here, on about rink 2, yesterday or the day before was afternoon, and he scored 21 points and John scored 2, maybe 3, and it wasn't because John was playing bad bowls. Neville just couldn't miss. He played an amazing game.
He's one of those players, always has been one of those players, if he gets on a length, he'll just like fire them down a chute.
Yep.
He'll just put them there. And it doesn't matter where you're the opponent, doesn't matter where your bowls actually go, he will still just persist playing where he wants to be.
Just just seemed to go, oh, that's where I want a bowl to go, and that's where it went. Unbelievable. So 12-11 to Flintoff and Bennett, and on the crossover, Flintoff and Bennett holding 1.5.
So big action day today, of course, with post-section play, the women's pairs and men's singles. Big finals day tomorrow, of course, and the numbers very quickly dwindle down to small numbers, and they are. You've seen them disappear, half the field disappearing each round.
Yeah. It's actually, this day is usually quite a good day, is when you're in the tournament office, Kev, because you have an ever decreasing amount of people in rinks.
That's right. It's moving day,
you
isn't
have to
it?
deal with. And Graham Skellern on the forehand. He's down on the head, one down on the card.
I can tell you that Nicole Toomey and her mother, Marianne Wilson, have defeated Bronwyn Stevens by 22 shots to 18. And Mandy Boyd and Angela Boyd, and they went on to lose after that, to the best of my knowledge. They had a big win. That can't be right, I wouldn't think. Am I reading that right there, Alex? 21-0?
No, it's 21-11, Mandy and Ange over Mari and Christine Budge.
It's
Raina got a bye into the next round.
So they're playing now, of course, is...
Imagine if it was.
Yeah.
And Skelly on the forehand. Oh, this game's been so seesawy, this Piers semi-final that we're watching. Up and down. And Graham just struggling to find the line of the length again. He has played some very, very good bowls in this game. Warwick just understanding what's happening. Saying, look, want to go to the back, please. I think they've come to that agreement. So on the forehand, Warwick Flintoff. Well, okay. maybe he didn't want to go to the back as we see this bowl short and narrow. After drawing a back toucher.
So we're now playing the round of 16 of the women's pairs. Big match there. Wendy Jensen, Robin Walker up against Amy McElroy, Selena Goddard. That's a big match.
Some good ones.
So Tia Moko. Okay. Yeah.
I got nothing.
Send out the search parties. That's fine. And Sky Renee, of course, is still going as Galen Kawana, of course, from, Raglan, playing with Trish Crute. Wendy Jensen, Robin Walker. Yeah, there's some good combinations left in there. The name that always crops up when the numbers get down, Linley O'Callaghan.
Yeah, very good bowler. Playing with Tina Jerem from, she used to be from up this way. She played out of Balmoral Club.
Oh, really?
Moved down. I think her husband or partner might be the new manager of the Alexandra Bowling Club, but don't quote me on that.
This Jamie Delaney, you may know that. Is that Danny Delaney's sister?
Yes.
It is Danny Delaney's sister. Playing with Rachel Hancock from Onehunga Districts. They're up against Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce. So let's go to the Bowls New Zealand website, of course, and you'll get all of those results as they come through from the various screens around Auckland. 12-11 now in this semi-final. And the Bennett, Warwick Flintoff versus Bruce Wakefield and Graham Skellern. 12-11 as we play in 12 of 18.
It's been close all the way, really, Kev.
Here's the cameraman.
Yes, yeah, we're very grateful for Barry. He does a...
Barry from Wilton.
Yes.
Barry from Wilton. That's
a man behind the camera. Does a lot of wonderful pictures.
So, Bruce Wakefield.
And Barry lasted maybe 40 seconds in the shed. Just saying.
His camera melted. Good bowl from Wakefield, right to the centre line, 2 metre mark.
Lovely bowl from Bruce Wakefield. And Linda Bennett here on the forehand side now. On the forehand, I think it's going to be short, Kev, so here's an opportunity now.
Well, this is where now you've got to take that opportunity. You're quite right, Alex.
If you're Bruce Wakefield, you think, I need to be holding 2 at a minimum on the crossover.
Correct.
Here.
But he drew past that line. He used the mat, Bruce. He's going to change his hand.
Onto the backhand, I think.
He is. I thought that forehand draw that had been so short was still there for him. Just see, yes, it's a change of weight on the hand as well, Alex. And I'm one of those people. I'm sorry, but my philosophy has always been if you get one there with your first, although it's over the head, which is fine, it just makes it difficult for the opposition as well.
Yeah, I agree.
And even if he was to fall short, he widens that hand up for the opposition as well.
So Linda's third bowl here. Last chance to get one. There or thereabouts, looking to get past that front bowl that you can see.
Not going to. Well, we'll get past, but still disappear under the line. The good thing is with the speed of the green, still disappears jack level by 1.5 meters. In the old days, of course, that on the old grass greens, that ball would have gone dead.
Yeah, well, swooped right across at the very end.
Swooped
Yeah.
right across it.
And we see, if he clears the front one here, Bruce Wakefield. I suppose the positive is at least he spent 2 bowls on the backhand. And he's moved the jack. He's moved the jack back almost too far there,
Almost
kid.
too far. He needed more in line, but that's fine. They'll hold in. Yes, when you talk to people and you talk about the old days of the Central Otago greens, 21, 22 seconds. It was...
We were talking about, I was talking to Dave Worsley on one of the
Yes.
earlier streams, and I was telling him about, we speak about the old grass greens, they used to die, and then you're essentially playing on
Clay.
compacted dirt. And we mooted the idea of playing bowls on a clay tennis court and see if that was like what it used to be. It'd run pretty quick, I think, but I suppose you'd have to deal with the net.
Well, you used to hear the bowls coming up the green. They'd crackle on the because you get the cracks at the end, etc., and you would hear them crackling.
Good bowl there by Warwick. Flintoff.
Bowling a bit low.
Dunedin and Christchurch were like 2 of the centres that were early to adapt to what I would call the sensible pace or acceptable pace with the move to Coachella. And that, when we did move to Coachella, the really good thing about it was it gave a speed that was good for all players, whether you were a club player, international player, whatever, because a number of the grass greens, for let's say those days they used to be called your Wednesday bowler, it was a lot of it wasn't very enjoyable because your bowls just go all over the place. I've seen Nikankovich on numerous times. He'd be driving at a bowl metre and a half away from the jack. That was common practice. Here he goes again. Here he is.
Great bowl. What a shot there from Warwick Flintoff. He's played a number of dead draw bowls, hasn't he?
Very impressive. The last 2 ends, he's played 2 big bowls.
Coming under your bowl. Push me up and rest him out.
Playing with reaching weight, Skellern trying to get through the port to the jack. This is a big attempt. Here. That's it. It was
ball.
on. Well played. It was on all the way. And he was looking for that result. Doesn't matter whether it got a touch on another bowl or not. He was in the target area. He'd come under the head.
Great shot there. And an update on the other semi-final. Steve Delaney extending his lead now, 13 points to 8 after 13 ends. So they've got 5 ends to go there. And Darren Wolland and Terry Blackbourn need to do some work if they want to entertain any hope of playing in the final tomorrow. Steve Delaney leading that now, 13 points to 8.
It's come home time now, isn't it?
Now is the hour. Warwick Flintoff on the back end. Let's see. Well, it's full length. Is he willing it on?
Well, he's past the 2 metre mark.
Of one.
Yeah, the bowler Graham Skellern, which you can see.
If you get rid of that, it'll bring in my 3.
All right. Do you have a go at this?
That's the question.
It's a 4-shot chance.
Yeah, he's been asked to. Yeah, he's having a nibble here. On the back end. He's close. He's close.
Close to this
He's
bowl.
close. He's
it
got
clean.
it.
Got it
What a
clean.
shot there from Graham Skellern. Beautiful.
Got it clean all the way. There is no luck in that whatsoever. Is that the turning point?
It may well be, Kev. He couldn't have played that bowl any better than what he just did.
Got the ultimate result.
Warwick Flintoff did very little wrong there. He drew a toucher. The jack was put in the ditch. He drew second shot. His bowl was taken off. You can't do anything about that. That's
No,
just
can't.
classy stuff there.
So 15-14 now. 15-14. 15-14. Graham Skellern.
Oh, I just got a little bit seasick. As we watch the jack. I think the warmth of the shed is playing havoc with our technical systems is what's happened there, Kev. I was going to blame the system, not the camera operator, but that's...
No, well, it's self-admission.
Yeah, okay.
So
I did my best. I was trying to make it work for you, Brendan. We've got... The heat's got Brendan.
So, 2 metre mark. This is now Bruce Wakefield. Now's the run home.
15-14.
You've hit the front, you've got back into the game again, and you don't put your first bowl out there.
Yeah, it's disappointing when he lets it go. Well, if none.
Doesn't deliberately do it, obviously not, but just you really want to make sure that you're inside that chalk line, aren't you? If you're inside that chalk line on the run home, you're close to the centre line. I've been very impressed today that Linda Bennett, she's had some bad hands, but it's been pretty consistent, really.
Yeah, all 4 players playing very well. And this is a good bowl from Linda.
Good bowl from Linda Bennett. Yeah, just what we spoke about. Open the farm gate.
Tempting for Bruce to change hands now.
Does Linda Bennett come off a farm?
Oh, I suppose she has done so. If I won't say that actually.
It's interesting. Wakefield changing his hand. And it's on a fairly good line actually to that last bowl, just going to duck under the jack ever so just. But
Great
did have a
effort.
bit of that searchy weight there.
Yeah, he was looking to trail that, I think. I think he wasn't entertaining the idea of drawing to where the jack is. I think he was thinking, no, I'll move the jack back.
Yeah.
Linda Bennett now switching to the backhand side. Watching this one with intent. When's it going to turn?
Well, it should turn about now.
Oh, down to the weight though.
Yeah, more weight, but that's fine there. It's fine if if that trail moves over there. They've got a bowl there, but for Wakefield now, he needs to get just a bowl on the head, and there's going to be any attacking to be done. I just leave that to Graham Skellern, who showed in that last end. He can do that. Again, just going to duck under the jack again. We'll sit on what is more than likely the second shot.
And Linda on the backhand. Yeah, I mean, this is just as we think. We just said Skellern and Wakefield getting a bit of momentum again. Every time one team seems to get any momentum at all, it just the game turns on a dime. And it's been a big scoring game, let's be honest. It's 29 points scored and 14 ends.
Well, again, we've seen really Graham Skellern's changing over to a nothing hit.
Yeah, he'll be a little bit disappointed with that.
Now, one could say, you can trail the jack over to those 3 bowls, but you can spend a lot of time trying to do that while the opposition keeps drawing shots.
This is an end Graham will look at and go, if we drop a 1, it's good fishing here.
Absolutely, absolutely it is.
You draw a second shot with your first bowl.
Well,
Graham on the forehand.
He's got it out on that wider side.
Not sure if he's got the weight there, Kev.
No, he hasn't.
And the pressure's going to go on.
Badly not got the weight. No, yeah, he's very despondent about that bowl, and every right to be so, because it's really a poor bowl. He would know that. And it's an open house for Warwick Flintoff to draw another shot. He's got plenty of room. Hasn't got the weight, so it's a let-off really for the Skellern combination. He's now got to, in fairness to where that bowl's gone, could actually give him a good under the bowl line to the jack, but and he's doing just that, just what we spoke about, Alex, that under that bowl could well, if he'll hold up, could well get second shot, as you said. Woo. Yes, he will. And right now he'd be happy with that result.
He'd be, yep, absolutely. 1 down's good fishing, is what he'll be telling himself. And
yeah, look good out of the hand. No, it's going to. Helen's going to hold up for not long enough.
It's trying to drift into the head here.
But we'll go now.
Off you wander. It's going to be
Probably 2 down.
2 down.
Play inside your ball again.
good weight to correct from. Graham Skellern got the right weight. He's just going to take 3 or 4 feet more green here. And of course, the finals day will be broadcast live on Sky Sport pop-up channel and also our YouTube channel. Kev, a bird just flew through.
It did.
And Graham Skellern very close.
Going past. Gets onto it. Well played.
Beautiful.
Back toucher.
He's played some really nice controlled weight shots this game.
That was well
Graham
played.
Skellern.
I was looking intently under the short bowl because as long as he was under that short bowl, that he was going to be somewhere in the target area.
Absolutely, and a good bowl there from Graham, turning that head right around. As we said, he would have been happy with 1 down there. Now holding the shot. Flintoff on the backhand side.
You hold on to it, Alex. Of course, it's another end gone as well, isn't it? And that Flintoff's bowl needs to be scooting just inside the front low bowl. And indication is that before Wakefield said that they were 2 downs, this would think it's just the 1.
Must be. The game's tightened up on the semi-final. Delaney now 13-11 up after 14 ends.
Well, it's anybody's game, isn't it? Umpire been called to come in, mark this. Completion of play today, we will be down to semi-final of the women's pairs, correct?
Yes, we will be. We will be down because what we're going to do tomorrow is the first round of play will be the Open Disability Pairs final broadcast. Then we can broadcast the final of the women's pairs, which means they must start off with the semi, and then we can broadcast the final of the men's singles, which means we'll be down to a quarter. Yeah. And there may be, I know there's a round of 256. Someone might have to play, there might be a small section they have to play a 5th game tonight if they're going to get it down to the 3 tomorrow. Well, they may start them early tomorrow morning because singles games don't take as long. That'll be a decision made by people on a higher pay grade than myself.
This is somewhat strange.
What's happening here, Kev?
Well, yeah, it seemed to.
Shannon McElroy through to the next round of the singles, Kev, defeating Aiden Zitterstein. One of the pre-tournament favourites for this event, and still the reigning world singles champion, Shannon McElroy.
He is.
And Mike Kernahan had great pleasure in telling me yesterday that he was the reigning fours world champion. Mike Kernahan, one of the longest reigning world fours champions, and fair enough to him.
Yes.
Feels like an age ago, 2016 World Championships.
And that was the game, I remember, obviously I was there, and the side of Blake Signal, Mike Nagy, Kernahan and Ali Forsyth. I've seen New Zealand twice annihilate Australia in gold medal matches. First was in 2008, where it was Gary Lawson who annihilated in the fours. Was completely. Bill Cornell's played 2 for Australia, never played for Australia again after that 2008 match. In the match with the last gold medal, which Mike Kernahan refers to, Mike Kernahan and Ali Forsyth were absolutely outstanding, and Kernahan was at his best in gamesmanship. At one stage, the Australians were standing on the ditch and they went to have a bit of a chat together, and Kernahan, being Kernahan, couldn't help himself, walked over and said, you all right, chaps? You okay? Yeah, okay. And Mike Kernahan and Ali Forsyth were just outstanding. It was one of those days where Ali, of course, he likes playing those adventurous shots that he plays. They all came off, and he was, outstanding. So both of those finals over the 2 World Championships, both at Burnside, both New Zealand gold medals, were outstanding and how they put their game management together to defeat Australia.
Nice to have those moments, Kev. And Bruce Wakefield, just drifting past.
I suppose one could say, Alex, I've been very, very fortunate. I've been able to be there rink side sort of for a couple of World Championships, Trans-Tasman's, Asia Pacific's, New Zealand Championships. So there's not many of the major events, I suppose, over the last, 15, 18, 20 years that I haven't been close to in some form. Not playing.
This bolt. So what are we at? 17-14 to Skellern and Wakefield. 15th end. If they score again, do they finally get that breakaway, or are they going to get the game to close up?
Well, the key thing for Skellern and Wakefield is to get a couple of consecutive ends, Alex. They have been well played, though. This is well played this head by Bruce Wakefield.
Hello. Haven't seen you back. I've been busy.
And Linda Bennett here. This is a great head of lead play. Linda Bennett willing this bowl to hold. She's got the weight. She needs it to hold up just half a bowl.
Rolled away.
Not to be. That was very close there, Kev.
Yeah, she's only half a bowl away from getting a very, very good result.
Been impressed with the play from all of the open disability sections in the singles and the pairs.
So Skellern now, the key thing for him to stay on the safe wide side rather than get inside the head. He's holding those 2 good shots there.
As we see Steve Delaney there, who's playing, so he's just must go going for a break or something.
I thought he was going for a trip. So Skellern, as we thought was the best idea, played another, getting out on that wider hand, get into the blue bowl. That's the bowl of Linda Bennett's in behind the head. That's ideally where Graham Skellern would like to get to, because believe me, this guy Warwick Flintoff is more than capable of drawing the shot here.
He had the line he was looking for, and the score in that game, 12-13 after 15 ends, Kevin.
Anybody's.
Steve Delaney leading. Exciting. Here we go. Let's go to Graham there, just handing the ball to Warwick.
Good sportsmanship.
Yeah. Good to see. We see it's one of the other things about bowls. Well, there's more good sportsmanship than not, I suppose.
Yeah, there is. In
Always
the main.
that mutual respect. Warwick Flintoff on the backhand side. Wheeling this bowl back. I'm not sure if it's going to do it. It's not. It's not.
Right.
And another opportunity. We've said it so often in this game, an opportunity to score some points and try and get ahead. But Graham and Bruce leading 17-14. If they could get a couple ahead, I'll be pleased. And if they don't, it's going to stay tied all the way through. Neither team has gained the ascendancy here, really. Neither has been more consistent than the other one. There's been good Good bowls from all four. As we see Skellern there, wider than he'd like to be. He knew the moment he let it go that he'd pushed it wide, and that little shake of the head there. Warwick on the back end. Just reading the news, apparently we're going to get a tropical cyclone, Kev.
We've had everything else. We must have one of those.
Have we not had one already? But from Monday evening, so we're okay.
Oh, that's okay. I can tell you that Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce have defeated Karen Hema and Kirsty Hill by 22 shots to 19.
Oh, very good game, clearly there.
Sue Whiteman and Anne Muir of Northland have defeated Lisa Dixon and Lauren Mills 19 shots to 13. Anne Muir.
Evergreen. Very good bowler, played for New Zealand, of course. And
Certainly did.
well known as a coach, and has some letters by her name now.
She has.
See Steve Delaney making his way back. Warwick on the back end. He's on the high side here, Kev, and we're going to see some points, I think, go. Look at that, 3 bowls in the same place, all of them just a little bit wide.
2 shots, is it?
Forte appears to be more the dead draw.
Just the one.
And one there, 18-14 after 15 ends. And the biggest gap in the score we've seen in this game so far now, in favour of Skellern and Wakefield. 4 points up they are on this, the 16th end. So 2 to go after this one. 2 to go till we get to go outside, Kev.
Yes.
The jack thrown to the 2 metre mark by Bruce Wakefield. Full length head here, 2 metres to 2 metres. He looks like he's going to play on his forehand side. We have seen, in general, players favour that hand. Both hands are nice, really. It's a lovely rink, but players favouring that hand, it seems to be slightly more consistent.
It does seem to be ever kinder. Well, this is really the crunch end.
It is, absolutely. It's 18-14. It's been a very seesawy game. We've continued to see sort of heads not dominated by either team, but Skellern and Wakefield, a favoured combination going into this event. We'll be calling on all their experience here to finish strong. And
good opening
Bruce
bowl
Wakefield,
here from Bruce Wakefield.
look at that.
Sits right just alongside the jack, just off the centre line on the 2 metre mark, and certainly gives the Skellern combination a very good start. Bennett now, who's played a number of very good ends to be Alex.
She has. It's been a hard battle between the 2 leads, I would say. Reasonably even. I couldn't tell you who's dominated who in the lead stakes.
One's played 3 good ends, and the next one's played a couple of good ends, and so it's been.
In the pairs, I think we've seen Graham Skellern probably have the edge when it comes to shot play. But
on the draw, though.
On the draw, Flintoff,
Yeah,
for me.
He's been outstanding.
Absolutely.
And it was interesting that last end he really missed with 3, which he hasn't done that. He's been very consistent. He'd like to cut more rolls out of the bowl there, but
yeah, good line.
Bruce Wakefield.
So we see Linda here on the forehand. this bowl intently. It's the hand that's been swinging more and more as this game's got on. Cutting across
See
the
it go
head.
now.
When's it going to let go? Now.
It'll finish jack level, literally, and it does.
Just missing by small margins, fine margins. And Bruce Wakefield on the forehand side, steering this one down.
Well,
And
he's
not far away.
He's out on that wider side. If he gets to the cover on these blues, is okay. He's turned it around well. There's a triangle in behind there. Well, they've got one in amongst it, which as long as you've got one there,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Under on the forehand. Nice line here.
Just got a touch on the Wakefield, on Bruce Wakefield bowl. Just got one roll of it in towards the head. There's the shot bowl with the Skellern Wakefield combination, leading 18 shots to 14 as we play in 16 of 18 of this Open Disability Pairs semi-final.
And Graham Skellern on the backhand side. Delaney Wolland now 13 all, 2 ends to go.
It's anybody's. On the other.
Exciting times.
Graham Skellern's riding that bowl, and no sense in riding that one, Graham. You're very, very narrow and short. It's interesting. You can tell so often, Alex Country, that you know when someone's narrow, they try and ride the bowl.
Yeah,
they do the sort of
hold
out to the side. I've never seen it come back when people do that.
Makes them feel slightly better, I suppose.
Just question on there. We'll see the break. Warwick Flintoff bowl. He'll break from here towards the head. Is he going to sit on the Wakefield bowl or just go by? Oh, goodness, he's a very tenacious draw player. He's never, his percentage of either getting the shot or being close to getting the shot, Alex, would be pretty high, wouldn't it?
Right in the area.
He certainly is. Graham Skellern trying to get under the Wakefield bowl to the jack. Needed a couple of more rolls.
So 18-14.
It's just the one they're holding, I think.
Warwick Flintoff on the forehand side now. Now he's taking a good line there, Kev.
Well, this is where they work from, but he's not going to come back far enough. Is he going to come back on the weight to the get
May
to there?
come back far enough.
Close, there's a shot.
Brilliant stuff. That is lovely.
How many times has he done that?
Many times. Very impressive bowler, Warwick Flintoff. Good under pressure.
Unflappable, isn't he?
Oh, it's just been some brilliant bowls, and we've seen that the contrasting styles of the skip Graham
Going for
preferring
the
to play
drive.
with weight.
Going for the bowl. Past.
That was not far away, Kev.
Where's half a bowl away from getting either the jack or the shot bowl. One, can he make it? Two, as we come to the end of 16. Tightens things up, Alex, on the road home.
Oh, we've got 2 exciting semi-finals going on here. Remembering that the other game, all square with 2 ends to go. This game is going to be 2 the difference, and we see over there Terry Blackbourn has put a bowl near the jack on that other semi-final. And we watch Warwick Flintoff's bowl make its way towards the head. I don't think he's going to get past
Needs
it.
to get past it. He'd take the one, though. Be happy to, he was a couple down, drew the shot.
Not to be.
18-15 as we open up in 17. And as Alex said, 13 apiece in the other one.
Yeah.
And Terry Blackbourn holding the shot.
Exciting times all round as we work towards finding our finalists for tomorrow's play on finals day at Browns Bay Bowling Club. And what a day it is going to be.
So could we see a possible, I don't say possible, dual bowls gold medalist?
Yes.
With if they can get through.
Yep.
Because winner of numerous, I don't know how many New Zealand indoor bowls titles, you would know that. No doubt. Four that is in the bag. Well, it's hard enough to get one, as you well know, isn't it?
Oh, I'm happy with one.
So this could be
some great.
Long way to go yet, but it could happen. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, fair cool, and it's a good competition regardless. And the standard has been very high. The standard of play, and I think thanks, of course, for that. Some of it has to go to Bowls Orewa for making this facility available, because it has allowed the players to play to their potential. And we've seen some just great games over the last 3 days.
Well, the good thing to me now, Alex, with the sunshine we've got today, at this sort of the money end of the tournament, going into post-section play of day one, at the money end, as we'll call it.
You can see there, Terry, 2 bowls
Terry,
by the jack.
She has
and
two.
the thumbnail.
So for post-section play, it's great. So will Wakefield need another roll in a bit on his bowl as we play in 17.
There we go, on the forehand.
I'm right in saying, I think I know as well, that Linda Bennett also plays in the Waikato side.
Yes, yeah, I
Good.
believe you are. Oh, great bowl there.
Well, it would have been right to the jack if it hadn't
got that little
just
feather.
got that little feather at the back end of its run. Well, how wide's that, Alex?
He's on the wide side. He does put a cant on his bowl, on his forehand side, so it may come back enough, but he certainly, we let it go. It looked on the wide side, and I think I can't see any of Terry's bowls left on the head over there.
Oh, that
And that
disappeared.
thumbnail.
Oh, yes, correct.
It's obviously a good bowl from Steve Delaney, and we'll see Linda Bennett here on the forehand. Lovely line here from Linda Bennett. Can't be far away. Wanting to pick that gap. She wants to pick the gap as clean as she can.
Got contact, but
Still a good bowl,
turns
isn't it?
out, well, it really makes the draw there difficult as well, Alex, on the other hand, because you've got to come past their bowls. So Wakefield here needs to get a bowl on the head for a skip.
That he does on this penultimate end, leading by 3. Would be a bad time to drop a number if you are Wakefield and
Hasn't got the
Skellern.
weight.
And that's going to be the pressure on Graham Skellern's shoulders. Leading by 3 here on this, the 17th end, crossing over, 3 down.
He has to draw with his first, doesn't he?
Yep. That's what you'd think, Kev.
But just the way he was looking at the head, I don't think there's any other shot on, but
He could go jack clean into the ditch, but you
good
can't
luck.
afford to miss. Either way, you'll just chip off the front bowl and still be 3, or miss wide and
well,
still be 3.
if Warwick Flintoff gets a touch on the jack around the corner, good luck after that.
For sure. And on the backhand, this is the big swinging hand. Now let's see what shot Graham decides to play here.
It's a great bowl. It's a good bowl.
Oh, I think we're going to see weight. I think you have that bowl there, Graham's going to see and be like, oh, I could get rid of one of them. Oh,
It's disconcerting when you lead who hasn't played a bowl even nurses. Just put a bowl on the head.
it's always easy, as easier when you're not playing it.
So Graham Skellern endeavouring to ease the pain at 4 down.
Right on the backhand
Still
side.
4 down.
Clean run.
Still 4 down.
Yeah, the pressure beginning to go on now. Graham, not a happy chappy.
This man's more than capable of getting another one close into that counting area.
And
On backhand is Warwick Flintoff, got it out on a good line.
The other semi-final, 2 the difference, 2 up to Delaney, leads by 2, going into the last end.
Here's another counter. Oh, he doesn't want to get the jack. Doesn't want to get the jack.
That's gone really badly. If you are Flintoff and Bennett, look at he's gutted. He's gutted with that.
Was looking at holding 5.
Yeah.
Became 1.
Yeah, disappointing.
Jack level with that, but if you swing it sideways, it could be 3 down. Come and have a look.
Both skips going to have a look at the head for reasons.
We've only got 1 bowl left, has Warren Flintoff. And look, would you be tempted? Would you be tempted to drive the shot bowl?
You'd think you'd be unlucky if you were to. Yeah, I would be tempted because you'd be unlucky to somehow cannon yourself off and not get jack movement as well.
And you get the bowl out, you lie 4.
Yeah.
Sure, you lose a shot, but
yeah, be interesting to see. Look at that, the focus on the faces, and Graham Skellern here. He's on his forehand. I think he's going to play with reaching weight on the forehand side. On the forehand, Graham Skellern, he's waving his arm around. I don't think he likes it.
well, I know there's only. It's not. You've got to play that shot, Alex.
Yeah.
Has to play that shot. No, no.
Square through.
That's on too, but
I suppose he's still looking to score that number, isn't he? But he's going around Bruce's bowl on the backhand
1,
side.
2, 3. It's still a 4 shot. It's a 3 shot over there if he can get. And who knows? He may still be able to reach that bowl.
Yeah, if Warwick thinks there's enough swing on the backhand to go around the short one of Bruce's that sits at 1 o'clock on the screen and roll 3 or 4 rolls out of Graham's.
Oh, big.
That's what he'll be playing.
A big heave, then big deep breath.
Getting himself focused here. Looking for redemption. On this, the penultimate end. 15-18 is the score. Watch this bowl come back in. He doesn't have the weight, Kev, for the shot to roll Graham out, but he may have the weight to sit in. No. 1.
To be fair, Alex, look, I don't know the player, but he may just be a draw line sort of player and he's still replaying that shot. You can see then, and Graham Skellern, they can breathe a sigh of relief really, because that head was looking, really, they haven't got a bowl. Yeah, 1 bowl within a metre and a bit of the jack.
They'll be pleased with 1 down there.
Absolutely.
So we see this the final end now. 16-18. There'll be a deciding end played if 2 is scored by Flintoff and Bennett. Otherwise we'll find a winner through. And it should be that the other semi-final finishes before this one, so we should be able to tell you who our finalists are for tomorrow's final to be played at the Browns Bay Bowling Club of this Open Disability Pairs. We see that the other semi-final to our right, the Leeds have just finished their bowl, so there's 6 bowls to come there. 12 bowls on this rink as the jack is thrown. 3 feet up from the 2 metre mark, and the equation is 2 or 3 for Flintoff and Bennett to stay alive. Kevin Smith walking past and then back in the background. Does a mighty job. And Linda Bennett leading off on the forehand here. Taking a nice line to the jack.
Peter Shane playing Kelvin Scott, of course, was hit in that last 16 game.
Peter Shane, still a very good bowler, holder of a New Zealand Gold Star. Kev, I think he won 2 or 3 singles and a couple
2
of
singles,
pairs and a
a
fours
fours
or something.
and a
Yeah.
pairs that I know of.
Very good bowler. Lovely backhand run shot, Peter Shane. Very smooth. And Bruce Wakefield here on the forehand side. An opposite hand to Bennett, but a good bowl. Happy enough with that. They lead by 2, remember, on this last end.
I'm sure we got an update that Shannon McElroy defeated Aidan Zitterstein.
That's correct. And a good bowl here from Linda Bennett on the forehand side. They'll be feeling like they can get that 3 points to win this game. Bruce asking if he should change to his backhand. Bruce happy to switch to the backhand. On the backhand. Winning it on, Bruce Wakefield. He's not far away here. This is a great switch in hand. Good bowl.
And we've got to make an apology here because it was Matt Small that beat Mike Small.
Oh, so the son showing the father.
And he's now playing Logan Clark.
And we're still not going to say what the score was?
No, definitely not.
Fair enough. Logan Clark, the son of David Clark. Only a 2nd or 3rd year bowler,
He
Logan.
is, correct.
Got a good teacher though. And does the same, he's got the same, very similar delivery to David, and they have that characteristic flick of the wrist on the backswing, both of them.
Yeah, David, of course, very, very well performed player.
Go that, he said. Interesting call there from Graham Skellern. Or did he say go back to there?
Go back.
Well, that makes a lot more sense, Kev. I thought he was asking Bruce to have a nibble at that. How's your weight? How's your weight, Bruce?
Not there.
It's not going to make it. Finishing in line with the jack. And the semi-final nearing its completion on the other rink 5 that you can see there to your right. Exciting times here at Bowls Orewa. Remember, of course, after this broadcast is finished, you can find all the up-to-date results on the Bowls New Zealand website using Bowlsub Aotearoa. You can see the results of not only the events that have been played, but the ones that are in progress now. And given enough time, once the results are back through a bit later on this evening, you'll be able to see who's down to the semi-final of the women's pairs and the quarter-finalists of the men's singles, as well as the finalists in this open disability pairs that we're watching today.
I see a name of the past there still going in the men's singles. Scott Evans.
Yes, he played with Rory Soden in the pairs and went quite well. I think they got to the last 16 or so. Won a New Zealand Open triples, I think, with Mooton and somebody. So Gary Lawson and Logan Clark through to the top 16. I'm not sure if we've said that or not. If we hadn't, that's what's happening. And on this end, 1, 2.
Trouble.
Yeah, we could be seeing
Trouble.
another end happen, and we may see it finish.
Skellern, 2 down.
On the backhand, he's got 3 bowls to salvage the situation. So we see Darren Wolland make his way back to the mat on that semi-final. rank 5, that would indicate that he has to play a bowl.
I like it a lot.
Meanwhile, back here, Graham Skellern has played
Oh, keep going.
third shot. Great effort, great first bowl.
Shaking his head. Well, you weren't far away, really, Graham. He was only a bowl away, really, from getting a perfect result.
And clapping, so we will have a person through in the semi-final over to the right. I don't know what team it is. Delaney through to the final of the open disability. And Graham on the back end. And we may see an extra end yet here. Warwick Flintoff going to have a look at the head. And still making a decision. And so Graham Skellern coming down for a look. We look at this head, it looks like it's 2 to Flintoff and Bennett. Those bowls that sit at 8 o'clock to the jack and 10 o'clock to the jack respectively. Warwick Flintoff will be looking to make it a 3. Here we go, on the backhand side. Following this bowl up the green. Great angle there. You can see Warwick's first bowl sitting at 7 o'clock to the jack. He needs to make a correction off it. Beautiful line, just overplayed. And Graham Skellern now with an opportunity to draw the shot or second in the semi-final. 18-16 the score, remember, on the backhand, Graham Skellern. This for the win and to book a place in the final of the Open Disability Pairs for Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield on his backhand side. Is it going to run enough? It's set down. And 2 indicated there. So we go to an extra end. There will be the toss of a coin to decide who goes first here. 2 mighty semi-finals. We saw the other semi-final go to Stephen Delaney and his partner. They will meet in the final tomorrow, defeating Terry Blackbourn and Darren Wolland on the last end. And this game too has gone to an extra one. Linda having a conversation now with Warwick. One of them won the toss. Always an interesting debate, isn't it? With who wins the toss, and if you want to send the opposition into bat, or if you go first, the advantage obviously from going first is you get to dictate the length. So it's an opportunity to draw a front toucher and set a good head. But conversely, if you give the mat away, you get last bowl and last say on the end. So Linda going first, last bowl to Skellern and Wakefield. on the forehand here. Linda Bennett. Good first bowl from Linda Bennett, really. Finishing no more than a foot and a half away from the jack, but Bruce Wakefield following it down both these leads. Very experienced players. Snick of the jack, landing on the bowl, but unlucky to go that far past on this extra end. And that's Linda Bennett with the advantage at this moment. On the forehand again. Looks like a reasonable line, given the bowl room to breathe, so to speak. A clean run is what she wants here around the back. That's pretty good. That's pretty good leading there from Linda Bennett. Bruce Wakefield now. Close here from Bruce Wakefield. Needs it to break. That was beautiful weight. And he's unfortunately sort of locked in Linda Bennett's bowl. Half a bowl wide. Oh, Linda taking a deep breath. Taking her time here. On the forehand, she's got one on this extra end. Wanting to book a place in tomorrow's Open Disability final. It would be a second final for her, having already made the Open Disability singles final just a few days ago. And this bowl agonisingly short there, and Bruce Wakefield with a chance to draw the shot. We've lost Linda. She's going for a walk. Okay. And Bruce Wakefield on the backhand. This is his last bowl of this game unless it's killed. Following this bowl up the head. On the backhand, he might need a feather. Oh, he's got the wrong side of that bowl, rolled it into the head. That's a calamity there for the Wakefield Skellern combination, and Graham Skellern is going to have to do something pretty special to salvage this head. Now it's Flintoff's bowl, so yeah, Graham Skellern does not have time to get down to the player's end before Flintoff plays, so opting just to stay up at the head side. And for Flintoff and Bennett, you only need to score 1 point. They'll be thinking about keeping the head nice and tight, nice and narrow targets. You don't want to make a big target for your opposition. And we've seen Flintoff play so well. Graham just preparing himself there. I mean, watch this bowls of Flintoff's coming to the head on the forehand. He's a lot closer than he wanted to be here. Goodness gracious me. It would have been a moment of panic, I would say, as that bowl zipped towards the head. You've got a jack just behind a shot bowl. You're happy to leave it alone. And they're holding two as well, so even if Graham removed one, challenging stuff here. He's got 3 bowls though, Graham Skellern. It may be tempting just to drive with his first, see if he can chip that bowl off clean, see what happens from there. Of course the bowl in front of the jack is not a toucher. The toucher is actually the bowl that is leaning against the 2 of Bruce Wakefield's at 7 o'clock to the jack. So no danger of a touch following the jack into the ditch. Will be interesting to see what shot is played here. You've got to do something with your first one as sort of conventional wisdom. So if he's going to hit it, now would be the time. Graham Skellern. On the back end. Every chance here. He's played it with perfect weight. He needs it square. He needs it square. That is a great shot from Graham Skellern. Absolutely brilliant stuff there. I know he hasn't got the shot, but he's given himself the opportunity to score the shot there. A beautiful bowl from Graham Skellern, and now has the potential on the backhand side to take the jack into the ditch, coming from 12 o'clock on the screen, through and back to win this game. Great ball under pressure. We may see Warwick follow this bowl down. Every chance here from Warwick Flintoff, who's played so many good draw bowls in the semi-final of the Open Disability Pairs, and he may have actually created a good. That's a good bowl, really. He's blocked the head. I'll have a look to see what that plant at the front does. I don't think it does much. Bruce just pointing out that the only bowl of his, or the bowl at 6 o'clock on the screen that you can see of Bruce Wakefield's, that's sitting flat by side up. The bowl is a toucher, so Graham Skellern on his forehand side, but just to the left on your screen, will be looking to promote the bowl that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack. 3 or 4 rolls through. If it picks the jack up, it's good. If Skelly's narrow onto that front pink bowl, you may get a good result through. It may cannon and plant the bowls up into the head. So Graham on the forehand. He's already played a big first bowl, and we see some frustration there on the face of Graham Skellern. Hands go on to the head. I think that would indicate that he's wider than he wanted to be. He's going to come for a walk. It's more for his sake than anything else, really. Yeah. You play a bad one and you go, oh, I'll just walk up to the other end, take a deep breath, decide what I want to play, take it from there. It's been a great game of bowls, this one. Gone all the way to an extra end, 18 all the 18s. Big scores on both sides. And it's going to come down to that last bowl, the last bowl of Graham Skellern's. On the back end for Warwick Flintoff. What he doesn't want to do is create another shot. Here we go on the back end side. Warwick Flintoff. Not far away here. He's trying to pick the gap. Has he got it? He's got a toucher. That's incredible stuff there from Warwick. He didn't need to go that close to it. Graham Skellern walking back down. He's got a gate on the backhand side. You rejoin us at a good time, Kevin, for the last bowl of this game.
18 all, extra end.
Extra end, last bowl on the back end. Graham Skellern, he's 2 down. Exciting times indeed.
Try and reach through with weight on the backhand is Skellern.
He's given himself every chance here of getting a good result.
How's that?
He got a good result.
Well, I hope you can see a replay of that shot. He got the front bowl and got the jack on the way through and sat just inside I'm not saying teams get robbed, but by goodness,
That was a slice of fortune there for Graham Skellern,
that
but
was a huge slice of foot. He was in the target area, right?
and to be fair, it's a game where we'd seen Graham be agonised. I mean, we saw in the end he was 3 bowls, 3 perfect bowls, got no result.
Absolutely,
Maybe the bowls
absolutely.
gods just thought, well, we'll just
Your turn.
your turn, you get
turn.
it back, and a great game there. So we see in that way. Oh,
Here's the replay. Here it is.
He's got good weight, but he is wide. Bang, bang.
Well, we all know, Alex, when you're off those angle targets, anything can happen. Bowls can go in any direction. It's not. Yes, there's an element of luck, but you're playing for a result, aren't you? So there it is, Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield. They're through to the final.
I've been rendered a little bit speechless by the heat in the shed and that last shot. So on that, I think thanks very much, Kevin, for joining me in the commentary. I've really enjoyed having you in the commentary box with me the last few days, albeit the last day's been too warm. So thank you anyway. And so we see that the final will be between Skellern and Wakefield and Steve Delaney and partner tomorrow, live on Sky Sport, followed by the final of the women's pairs and then the men's singles. In the meantime and before then, sit back, relax and enjoy the highlights of the game we've just seen.
Good.